backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hello.
How you doing?
What's up?
Nick, I have a question.
Yeah,
When we do the crossover, why do you always move Happer over to the left side?
because Happer's looking at you, and then
Oh, so then it
I'm
looks
looking
like,
this way. So
that's
then
okay. Answered. Question answered. I've always wondered.
It's like we go in a big circle.
yeah, because now it looks like I'm looking off the edge of the screen here,
Yeah,
right?
you don't want that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize back when we first started doing StreamYard, I didn't realize we could move it. I thought it had to be by order of entering.
Oh, so you would take everybody out. Put
So
them back
there's a
in.
big red overreaction from 2021 where the co-host and I are facing the wrong way the whole show.
Oh, that's got to be triggering to a person like you.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't go back and watch the show. It's 4 years old. But if I wanted to, it would trigger me. It has triggered
John
me.
keeps moving things
I
around.
know,
to make it
yeah.
look
He's
bad.
not talking right now because
Yeah.
he's just trolling.
He thinks he's cooking.
I was going to ask John if
No, I'm not cooking. I already had lunch.
John, do you feel
God.
do you feel hungover from like being outside and doing something yesterday? How do you feel?
No, I feel hungover from being tired.
It's a great
But-
question. Is John hungover on the outdoors?
Just like he went outside once.
I
and it's
do
like,
get outdoors. I mean, I do spend time in the
Outdoors.
backyard with the dog. I killed some weeds today. That was exciting.
look at that. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
He's outside boy. He
Yeah,
goes.
I am outside. But no, it was good to get back in the booth and feel somewhat normal for a while.
The new normal.
It was
Yeah.
great.
Times like
it was
these.
it was fun, and it was a weird game. It was a weird game, but it was a fun game.
Exactly.
And thumbs down for everybody.
Wow. John saying it was a fun game just triggered the
What?
entire audience.
Fun for you, Jay Lover.
Yeah, you bet you'll get back to talking about the left guard in Nebraska next segment, John, you jerk.
Well, anyone's been listening to this show knows we definitely are not talking about the left guard.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, shout out to Jordan, who remembers the Big Red overreaction, unless he was just guessing because it was 2021. Because he writes, and then you said Scott Frost should be fired, and people got big mad. I think that was the hardest in the paint I went on an overreaction that season. It was the Purdue loss, and I said they're gonna fire him now, and then they didn't. Trev Alberts was at a wedding.
Famously.
He was at a wedding that weekend. I had sources on the ground at a wedding. That was it his son or his daughter?
Yeah, it was
who
his
got
son.
married.
It was
okay,
Or son? I don't remember. It was a
one of
kid.
the two. One of his children. And he was there. And I spoke to someone who was at the wedding and was like, he was out of the room a lot of the time because the wedding took place like it was like overlapping the game.
Yeah, I remember this.
And so I remember reaching out to somebody and they were like, first of all, you're right. How do you know that though? And I was like, I know some folks. And so I thought, wow, he's making backroom deals and getting things done.
Oh, Josh, of course, jumping to conclusions.
When in fact he was actually in the back with the catering saying, you put a little bit too much garnish.
He
on
had
the,
to pee.
on the
He
plates.
broke the seal.
Maybe. Yeah. Sad. And
Well,
then
if he
after-
was working back deals, man, there was some slow ass back deals because
Yeah.
it took almost another year before there was back deals to actually kick in.
Yeah, he didn't do jack.
No, I know. The next week they lost to Ohio State, and he was like, "Let's bring him back. Let's run this back again."
Great idea.
Remember when he went on the radio and he's like, "There's no empirical evidence this is gonna
Mhm.
work."
That was crazy. So the odds are stacked against us, but
But
forth we go.
the boosters made me do it. He should have just said that. The boosters made me. I had to do it for the boosters.
I don't
I mean,
have
can
enough
you imagine
equity.
if Trev Alberts is sitting there, they're making the plans to blow up the Death Star, and it's like,
Ooh,
the
Andor.
generals up front, and saying, this is what we got to do. And then in the back, you hear Trev Alberts saying, well, there's no empirical data that this is going to work. And it's just like C-3PO throws up his arms and walks out and says, we're doomed.
Okay, John, there's a great Photoshop idea here of them having the meeting around, in the big giant circle, and Trev is in the background, and it is his exact quote from that night, a little bubble that comes up.
Yeah, there's no empirical data that says this will work.
I might do this during the commercial break.
Get cooking.
Yeah,
Canva.
I might have to do this.
There's no empirical evidence that this is going to work.
This was one of the great. I mean,
I'm going to find the exact quote now. Let's see what it was.
It was pretty much. I mean, it was pretty much
that was the dreaded vote of confidence. But that was the least confident vote of confidence I've ever seen or heard.
Well, was it even a vote of confidence? Because that was after they made the announcement.
They said they were extending him, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
They that day they announced
that was the vote of confidence that he wasn't going in.
Yeah, they announced that they were firing. First of all, they announced they were bringing him back, and then 2 hours later, they sent the email that they had fired 4 offensive coaches. Basically, the whole offensive staff got canned at the same time. Greg Austin, Verduzco, Matt Lubick.
Definitely Greg Austin.
And somebody else. Was it Ryan Held?
Yes.
Did they fire Ryan Held?
Yes.
Good job, Josh.
Trev Alberts, there's not a lot of empirical data out there to suggest this will work. Let's be honest. But I also think if there's a decision point, whether it's football or anything else, Scott's a brother. He's a Husker, and he's a Nebraska.
Oh, my
Definitely
God.
put Trev in that room when they're trying to figure out how to blow up
That
the Death
is
Star
way
with the word
worse now. That is horrific.
It's like you're owning the family business, right? And the business is collapsing. All the stores are closing. You got one location left. No one's walking through the door. And it's like, well, there's no empirical data this is going to work. But because Jimmy over there, who's run all of these other stores into the ground, is one of us, we might as well let him go.
What was the meeting? What planet were they on, John, when they were having that meeting? That was
the Rebel base.
Yeah, Star Wars meeting, Rebel.
I just got the moons of Yavin.
Yeah, I just got to find a photo that I can do. Oh, there we go. There it is. All right, perfect. We're off to the races. I'm going to do this.
He's pulling up the can.
I cannot believe that quote. I'm triggered 4 years later.
It's actually
all over
way
again.
worse now.
Yeah.
I mean, holy smokes.
Oh, man.
He was so unconvinced. And he publicly wanted to share with people that he was unconvinced.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it was the least vote of confidence I've ever heard.
Yeah. Wow.
You think they should? I mean,
again, thanks, Scott Frost. You keep giving us material for crying out loud.
I guess that's true.
I mean, if Trev would have fired him after that year, then
isn't that the biggest issue? Is like, who would they have?
Does it actually make it any different?
Well, they definitely don't get Matt Rule
because Matt Rule's still employed.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely don't get Matt Rule.
Does it? Yeah, and then who do they get? And does it work out any better? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. He's being very standoffish.
I wish I understood the joke.
It's very funny, Happer.
I bet it is. I bet it is.
Happer's not as big.
Also,
a fan of this.
while everybody's talking about whether it be baseball or the NBA or hockey or whatever last night, you come in and you're like, oh my God, Andor was incredible today.
It was so good.
It was pretty funny. It was almost like Jacob Padilla tweeting about the Suns.
I knew what I was doing.
During like the World Series or something like that.
I knew what I was doing, and it was good.
I know. I'm not saying it lacked awareness, but it was funny.
Okay, yeah, I definitely knew, oh, well, who cares? This is what I want to talk about right now. I was following stuff. I was following the takes, all the things.
The thumbs down.
Though I did, I'll be honest, I turned off the basketball game. And so when I came back and I was like, wait, what? The Pacers won again? That one was definitely a shock to yours truly. That one was a shock. Were you following that at all?
I missed that one. I only got home in time to watch the very tail end of the second game.
Yeah.
Would you say the Pacers are in the 215 group? It's a marathon joke.
215 group?
I don't know. I see
he was making a Pacer joke.
Yeah.
Like
oh, I see.
Okay.
That was okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I thought I'd try it out. I thought I'd try it.
Oy vey.
Yeah. We love you, Nick.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's very good.
But it's not your birthday, so you're not allowed to make those.
Oh yeah,
That's
how
right.
was your birthday, Nick?
But look at what he's wearing.
Oh, look at this.
What is that? Oh my gosh, did she get you a Paul Skenes jersey?
I assume listener Robert
What?
did.
A
Yeah.
listener got you a Paul
He
Skenes
got him a
jersey?
jersey made from China.
Yeah, it's like a
Oh, hell yeah.
XXXL.
What is that company called that everybody loves to hate?
I don't know.
Is it from that company?
I don't know.
Temu?
China.
I don't know.
China.
Is that from
Yeah.
Temu, Nick?
Probably.
That's awesome. Shout out to a listener who I've never gotten
Thank
a
you,
jersey
Robert.
from a listener. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'd like listener Robert to share with us how much money he paid China.
China. Probably like $18.
Yeah, I was going to think.
Well,
like 25.
$18, but then with the tariffs, it was 112. So
Nice.
If he spent 112 and then gave it to Nick, that's a pretty big investment.
I
yeah,
appreciate it. Thank you, Robert.
Shout out to Robert.
like it.
You got this thing with Paul Skenes, man. You love
I
that
love
guy.
Paul Skenes.
You love Paul Skenes like people love him.
Like him, like capital H.
No, like people. Nick loves Paul Skenes as much as other people love Paul Skenes.
No, I think he loves them. I think he loves him more than other people love Paul.
I don't know
Skenes.
what I'm saying, John. I'm uploading a photo into StreamYard.
I don't think I love Paul Skenes more than Livy. I think Livy loves him the most.
I don't
you
think
sure?
so, man. She doesn't really actually seem like she likes him that much.
Oh wow, is this true?
Well, did you see that little interview that they did? And-
No.
Yeah, he didn't. He's kind of just an aloof guy,
yeah.
you know. And
There was a funny tweet over the weekend because she was like at the Kentucky Derby doing something.
yeah. She said,
Said the words like "mount the horses" or whatever they say.
"Riders up." Yeah,
Riders up. That's
Fins
it.
up.
And someone quote tweeted the video and said, "These two people have the personality of a walnut."
They do.
Do they
don't
really?
do anything?
Really?
They don't.
They're just famous. Just
Her
famous
fame
people?
is still one of the most bizarre. Not bizarre.
I mean, isn't she
understand
famous
it.
for being hot? Isn't that her-
Exactly.
100%,
yeah.
But there's like a billion.
She was a
hot
pretty
women
good
on the
gymnast,
planet.
too, wasn't she?
She's famous for being
Yeah,
hot.
she
and
was like middle of the road gymnast.
and-
She wasn't
and-
like a Simone Biles.
She's famous for being hot, and he's famous for throwing baseballs hard.
Yes,
That's it.
I mean,
that's it.
okay, but if you boil down all athletes, aren't they famous for? Steph Curry is famous for putting an orange ball through a hoop.
Yeah.
I guess, but
There is some flair that Curry plays with. Does Paul
He's-
Skenes
like,
play with
no.
flair?
Paul
No.
Skenes throwing a
No.
ball hard does add value.
Yeah, he even got rid of the thing, the mustache. He was
mustache,
famous for
yeah.
the mustache, and now he just looks like a dude.
He's
he
just a
wasn't
white guy
famous
now.
for a mustache.
I think the mustache did a lot of
to
heavy
me, yeah, I don't watch ball, man.
okay.
Earlier today, Spicoli, he complimented my jersey. He's like, you even have the mustache like Paul Skenes. I'm like, he doesn't have that anymore, though.
Complimented
So people-
a zone employee.
Is that allowed?
I worked with him for a year. I think he just likes me.
Oh, that's nice.
So people know who Paul Skenes is outside of baseball. Is that what you're
I
saying?
think Paul Skenes is known outside of baseball. He's
I
not
have
like
no idea.
Shohei level.
Is
but
this true?
they must. I mean, Spicoli watches baseball though.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh.
On our show when we were at the river, his bit
Oh.
was he was a
Don't say another station, Nick.
Jeez.
Yeah, what's wrong with
non-commercial.
you?
Dump that.
Yes, dump that. Edit that out of the podcast. I need that bleeped.
he had a bit where he was a Nationals fan, but he's really a Twins fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
FM bits
That's
are
a
awesome.
great bit.
I mean, that's kind of Nick's bit. He just wears a different Major League Baseball shirt.
That
or
is
hat
true. I
every
mean, he is
day.
getting around.
Yeah.
Nick has turned into
Yankees.
quite the little fan whore.
Yeah, he really is. By the way, here is the photo of Trev hanging out as they plan the destruction of the Death Star.
Nice.
Good job,
You
Josh.
like that orange and black gradient a lot.
It was just I just needed something to put to use, and it was the first thing that was there for me. I don't like it that much.
I've been seeing you use it.
I used it twice last week.
Mm.
My thumbnails, Nick, got lots of compliments.
They're
People
good
were like,
thumbnails.
"Whoa, those are really good." And I was like, "Is there an implication here that other ones were really bad?" And they said no comment.
Mm.
Yeah, so just something to keep an eye on. Maybe it was the gradient.
I don't think it's the greatest.
I think it's the font. People love that font choice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is kind of hard to read, though. It's a little much.
Put it back
isn't
up there, Josh.
Is it? I
Yeah,
mean,
put it up there again. I thought it was.
now
a little
make
hard
it
to read.
full screen though, John, and then it will be
It is
easier.
full screen.
No, like
It-
make it fill the whole screen.
Well, but that's
See,
the
look,
key,
there we
though. A
go.
lot of people aren't watching
I
in the full
know.
screen. Yeah, you need it.
Well,
if
it's
it
already
was-
done.
It needs to.
It's already done. Sorry,
It's-
already
it's-
tweeted.
Sorry, this one's gonna get a B minus.
It's getting likes on Twitter. People are liking it, so
Yeah,
it's going
B
over.
minus.
Picture.
It's going
B
over
minus.
okay. B-. I'll take that. I'll take a B-.
Yeah, it's a B-. It's a good theme.
I was
It's
doing it
just
while we're
the font
talking.
needs to be
I
better.
didn't have time.
It sucked, but that's all right.
It sucked.
It sucked.
Get out of here, Happer, with your stupid
I don't even
thumbnails.
get it. Star Wars? What the hell are they talking about over
Dude,
there?
even Simmons watched Star Wars for the rewatchables.
Maybe even Simmons. He's the biggest nerd on the planet.
He doesn't like Star Wars.
He loves movies.
He doesn't like Star Wars?
No.
Oh, he's just
And another reason to hate
he
that.
just
Bagoosh.
wants to be a contrarian.
There was someone, John, who tweeted at us the other day when you made a Sopranos reference and said, are we sure John wouldn't like Simmons? Simmons loves making random Sopranos references. I feel like John and Simmons would be best buds if they got to know each other.
Nope.
I think they could really get to know each other.
Impossible.
I don't know, John. Actually, you might have a point. You guys would be cool, probably.
No, because the first conversation, hey, where do you want to go for lunch? Oh, Boston. And I punch him in the face and be over with.
You talk that way?
Punch him in the face.
Yeah.
John, you're a Catholic. There are reports coming.
Oh no! Is it over?
Nick, turn on the TV.
Is there
turn on the
smoke
tiny
rising?
the
TV.
white smoke here?
It's black smoke. What is the black
No,
smoke?
the
That
black
means
meat-
they're just burning a bunch of stuff because they didn't
You don't
come to a
remember
conclusion, right?
Conclave? It means they're burning all the ballots.
Okay, so they're just
So there's
burning.
that
nothing.
means
It's got to
there's-
be white smoke.
Well, no, the black smoke. So burning all the ballots means what, though?
No Pope. Oh, never mind. All right, never mind.
Yes, the white
I
smoke
forgot.
means there's a new pope.
I forgot.
All right, check in with David Muir. Pope or no Pope? He says,
No
no Pope. No Pope.
Look
This
at
is.
this. Look at all this
I
news.
can't believe this is playing over the top of the Jennifer Hudson show.
Not the
Wow.
Jennifer Hudson show. Good God.
Conclave.
What?
The
Good
next
guard.
Good Lord.
black smoke appears, signaling no Pope has been elected.
No
Who-
pope for you.
Who, in terms of conclave characters, who is the favorite right now to get elected? Do we
Fake
know?
Pope. Oh, you mean actual?
Like okay, so you have the archetypes in conclave, right? So you have the guy who's like, I don't want to be a pope, even though he tells the character halfway through the movie, look, when you become a cardinal, of course you choose your name. So you got that guy. That was the Stanley Tucci character, right? And then who was the main?
I love Stanley Tucci.
He's in conclave.
Okay,
I recommend it, Happer. It was a fun watch. And then
some popes.
and then who's the main actor that was in that movie? What's that guy's name? Ray Fiennes.
Yeah, he was
What
in
was-
the
what-
menu.
Who's the Ray Fiennes archetype? You know, and is that guy
Who doesn't want it? I don't want it.
And then you have the conservative side, you have the lib side, and then what about just the random person who just shows up and is like, I'm here, and then spoiler alert.
he
I
dies.
like vape poach. I like
Whoa!
vape cardinals.
There was apparently a photo last
How do
week.
you win popehood?
Well, you get voted.
You should
Yeah,
watch
like-
Conclave. It teaches you
It
all
does.
about it.
The popes their cardinals are watching Conclave to learn about
what is
it.
the criteria which they're voting on?
Like, it's
How
like
do you become a qualified pope?
well, you have to be a cardinal.
You have to be a cardinal.
But
So how do you become a
among
cardinal?
the car-
How do you become a cardinal? You
um,
usually come up through the farm system, and then
Nice,
they call
John.
you up, and then you learn
No,
the
Happer, I
cardinal
think-
way, and you get real snooty.
Don't you become a cardinal by being chosen to be a cardinal by the Pope?
Yeah.
But this is not what I'm
Yes.
asking.
Okay, what are you asking?
Among the cardinals,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
how do they choose which cardinal is most pope?
They vote.
They vote.
Whoever's got the best batting average usually.
No,
is at the
Happer,
top
it
of the
really is
order.
just a vote
It
after
is
that.
actually.
It's just
that's
like
what
who
it
they
is.
like most?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a popularity contest?
Yeah, it's a popularity
if
contest.
you watch Conclave, it does go into it.
Steve says push-up contest.
That's what I'm asking.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it just is like
do they do Olympics?
no.
Pope Olympics?
They should do first take Pope edition.
It's Pope Survivor. Happer.
Oh,
They
okay.
do all
You
these
want
challenges.
you want First Take Pope edition. So yesterday, as I was being driven to the ballpark, the wife was listening.
real pope.
She was listening to the Sirius, and there was the show. I'm not kidding. Was called Holy Smokes.
That's awesome.
It
Yeah.
was
Make up a new
basically
show
the
every
college
day.
game day of Pope, where they were just talking about all these candidates and a lot of laughing. It's like, hey, can you imagine if this guy became Pope? Ha ha ha! And I was like,
Wow.
this is the giddiest conversation about popes I've ever heard in my life.
That's awesome.
People like the Pope.
The Pope boys.
It's good to hear that other shows are bad.
Happer, your show's great.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Oh, sorry.
Like, you know,
I misunderstood. Thought you're down bad on yourself right now.
Well,
Is it
I
because
don't
of your
know.
mentions the last 24 hours?
Yeah,
Man, people.
you certainly know how to make a man feel good about
You know,
himself. Husker Nation.
I thought John was
Welcome
kind
to
of
my
like
world.
the J skirt that people got mad at. I think you have taken the baton. You've taken the Jay Sker baton from John.
Oh.
People get so triggered by you more than John. Which is why, because John's the voice of the men's basketball team. He is Mr. Blue Jay.
I know.
Yeah, but the winners win. When I saw that immediately, it was like 800 responses. I was like, nice. Well done, Happer.
Well, I mean, that's what they do in their tweets, you know?
Sure.
I bet the comments under that were Chernobyl level.
Yeah. Like I said, they certainly know how to make a man feel good about himself. It's nice.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I don't follow any of the local teams' baseball accounts, so I didn't realize that they did the whole photo thing or the thumb. Like just all that stuff kind of goes over my head. So when I saw the tweets about it last night, I was like, people are going to be triggered.
Yeah,
and they are.
They are.
People are triggered, and now there's a debate in our YouTube section about firing Will Bolt or not.
Oh,
great.
Oh, you can't have a conversation with Husker baseball fan without getting to Will Bolt being fired. Like
hey, I'm happy to chat about it.
Third comment in.
Nice.
Oh, Andy, right?
What does Andy say?
The Holy Smokes, a band that dresses as Cardinals.
Oh, is this true?
No, I mean, it should be.
It sounds like it could be. It's like Max Sabbath. That's a real band.
What's Max Sabbath?
Their bit is
Black Sabbath, but they dress as Big Macs?
Actually, kind of. They
No way.
They dress as different McDonald's characters, and then they do Black Sabbath covers. But they're all McDonald's and burger themed covers of those Black Sabbath songs.
I was pretty
Is Uncle McGrimacy there?
No, but there is a Grimace character there. He's got like tusks.
Oh, don't ever watch that movie.
Here's a suggestion
bad
of
movie.
why people hate me on the text line.
I was just going to read this. Yeah, what's it say?
From the 402, Happer and John both like to poke the Husker bear, but no one pokes the bear more and persistent than Happer, and he loves it.
Is this true, Happer?
Well, I love winning.
Do you love poking the bear?
I love winning. I like going into somebody's house and taking their cookies.
Wow. Unreal.
It feels great.
Can't believe you would say that.
Everybody would say that.
Can't believe you would say that. Of all the people that you would say that.
I would say that because I just did.
Yeah, I guess you did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
CJ says, yes, Connor honks way more louder. Wow, just say louder. No offense, CJ. Then John, when it comes to Creighton, a simple beep or two would be okay.
Beep, beep.
So John is like, meep, meep, but you're like, honk, honk.
Wait, is that true?
I don't think that's true at all.
I don't know. I mean, Happer does like to honk.
I do.
Yeah.
I can't argue with that.
It's
I guess I just don't know who honks louder.
Is it that you're younger? People get mad at younger people?
Maybe.
People do get mad.
Well,
at
it might be just because you're the new flavor now.
New honk on the block.
Yeah.
The new honk on the block.
I think that could be it. Well, there is something. There is definitely something nice about you hosting the Locked On Nebraska pod, and like you talked about it with Mitch today. Like, for the record, I'm the voice of the J. Like, you have to acknowledge it inside of the Nebraska podcast.
People get pissed. I wore a Creighton shirt on that show one time. And
they got so mad at you.
People had a freaking nuclear meltdown. I don't know.
That's funny.
I don't know. I'm just going to work after I do the podcast.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wear a Creighton shirt.
You do sometimes wear Creighton shirts.
Yeah.
Jimmy, are people just mad nowadays? Yeah. People are very mad nowadays. Very.
Yep.
I mean, that's been that way for a while now.
Aaron writes, Connor being a Blue Jay honk and not having any idea how the Pope is elected. SMH bandwagon Jesuit.
I am a Catholic.
Yeah.
But I just don't
Are you really?
Yeah, I just don't know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Wow, shout out Happer.
Oh, yeah, it was,
And you don't know how the Pope
it's not
happens?
like they go through. It's not like they go through and have classes to say, okay, it's not like we have Pope civics class.
I did
don't
have
use-
classes.
What are the classes called, though, that kids
PRE.
take? They don't teach you that in PRE?
I'm
I had
surprised.
that. I'm sure they did. It was 100 years
John, you
ago.
just became Catholic like yesterday. Didn't they teach you this during your
No, it
Catholicism?
wasn't yesterday, and no, they did not.
There
Yeah,
was
it
not
seems
much
like
talk
that should
about
be
the Pope.
core learning for Catholics.
No, there
Here's
was-
how our leader is picked.
Yeah, I'd want to know.
There was not much talk about the Pope.
It's like when you become a naturalized American citizen, like you have to learn how a president's
mostly
elected.
Here is
about
how the guy
God.
who's the closest to God
Well,
is
no.
chosen.
It was
Yeah.
about God and Jesus, not
Yeah.
Pope. That's what it was
I
about.
guess so.
We didn't. The Pope was hardly
Not
mentioned.
Pope.
Hardly mentioned.
Yep.
Hmm.
So,
didn't talk
all
about
Hardly
those-
Gilmore?
All the Catholic
Hardly
kids,
Gilmore.
when I was growing up, when they would go to CCD every Wednesday and drink wine when they were 7, what were they learning every Wednesday?
I don't know. God, Jesus. not Pope.
Not Pope?
Right.
Not Pope.
Yeah.
Let's sit down, children, and learn about God and Jesus. What about the Pope?
I remember
No.
every Wednesday I would try to convince my mom to not take me to CCD. And sometimes I'd win, sometimes I'd lose.
Why is it called CCD? Why isn't it called youth group?
I don't know.
I went to youth group.
CCD, PRE, I don't know what it was. It
So,
was all the same thing.
When
Lakers in 5.
I came up Lutheran in around 4th grade. We started going, we called it midweek. It was catechism. Same thing, except we were older, but we got snacks and stuff. That was nice.
I had a family member who always called Lutherans Catholic light because it's very close, but they just got rid of some of the traditions.
Yeah, a guy got pissed off, nailed some things to the wall, and things are more lax now.
Martin Luther.
Thank you, Luther.
Yeah, and then you go to some churches and they play drums and wear jeans.
The Pentecostal churches are wild.
I like the churches with jeans. That's the church I go to.
You can wear churches. You can wear jeans to church.
Yeah.
To
Catholic churches? Interesting.
Yeah.
Nick, what were the snacks at your little youth group? Was it, let me guess, it was store-bought peanut butter cookies and very sweet Kool-Aid, which is not a good combination.
No, it was, so every kid, every week we had to bring snacks. Sometimes it was off-brand Oreos. Sometimes it was just hot dogs that were boiled.
Off-brand
Hey,
Oreo.
so by the way, what's going on in the comments right now is very correct.
What's happening?
So Stibbs and Platcat are both saying that the CCD kids would come in on Wednesdays and steal all the Catholic kids' stuff out of their desks. That is true. And all the Catholic school kids hated all the regular kids. You know, the
CCD kids?
the CCD kids, the public school kids,
Because they were
basically.
stealing from them?
Because we would have to go to school at nighttime in their desks, and they were.
God, that's hilarious.
We were like learning about we're like, I'm going to open this desk and see what this kid was studying in Catholic school. And they had some pencils and erasers, and people would take the pencils and erasers out of their desks.
Wow.
By the way,
I'm not saying I would. I'm just saying it happened.
Of course, you never would. By the way, John, did you see the email from Money Chris that we will absolutely not be reading on the air? But good Lord,
I didn't get it.
Yeah, sorry, Nick. Yeah, won't be reading that one. Got a text from somebody. CCD stands for Confraternity of Christian Doctrine. My daughter is in it. Otherwise, I would have no idea what it stood for.
I was in it. I have no idea.
I didn't know it.
I
Actually
never
stood
knew what
for
it stood
anything.
for.
I'm going to be honest.
You could
You
have
just thought
convinced
it
me.
was letters?
I never thought about it. Like, I'm going to CCD. What's that? Oh, we talk about Jesus and God, not Pope. I'm like, okay.
Jesus, God, not
Pope.
Put that on the
Definitely not
side.
Pope. Don't tell him we didn't
Welcome
talk
to
about the Pope.
CCD.
Yeah, Pope.
Jesus, God, not Pope.
You could have convinced me that CCD stand for like Conclave something D.
Yeah, well,
Conclave
no,
D.
that's Pope
Yeah, I
related.
can believe that.
Yeah. That's very Pope. Very, very Pope.
I wonder what the vote was for the. Now that I've seen Conclave, I have so many questions about what's going down in that room right now.
How many
Well,
Cardinals
we'll never
are there?
know because they burnt the ballots.
Weren't there what, like 400?
Oh,
how many Cardinals are there? See, there's 252. So one of the parts of it, Happer, when they go up,
do they have to come to a consensus?
No, it's percentage. It has to be
It's like 70%.
It's
Isn't
like
it?
the Hall of Fame.
Yes, it's Cooperstown, and then congrats, you get to rule the world, or Catholics, I guess.
Poperstown.
The
But
Catholic
every
world.
time you walk up, you
Great. Peter Gammons has a vote.
you have this piece of paper, but you have to say words. You have to say words in Latin. That thing has to take forever. 252 times however many seconds.
Could you imagine?
That is like the most boring afternoon of your life.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there, and then they got to count them up.
Aaron is wondering who all the first ballot popes have been.
Oh, excellent question. Excellent question. Nick, let's get on this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely Mariano Rivera.
Woof.
Jeter. He wasn't unanimous, though. Neither
Nope.
was Ichiro, your
Nope.
guy.
I know. He should have been.
You should get an Ichiro jersey from the next listener who wants to give you a Chinese jersey.
See, I feel bad, though, because I've never actually watched Ichiro play, you know? I'd
What?
feel like a poser at that point.
You never saw Ichiro
It was
play?
before my time.
Yeah.
Or my baseball
Nick,
time.
I have some.
before your baseball.
I have some baseball
I've seen
jerseys at
I
my.
always forget that you're a very new baseball fan.
I have some baseball jerseys at my parents' house. I'm gonna find them and I will give them to you.
Oh.
I will gift you. You're gonna get all sorts. I think there's a David Ortiz jersey. There's a Ted Williams one. It was back when I was a Red Sox fan, and I think I have an Ichiro jersey.
Nice.
Yeah.
The Ted Williams one, that doesn't have like a head hole or anything, right?
Wow.
Oh, good
Nick.
night.
Wow.
They only did
Now
that after
you've
he
committed
died.
blasphemy.
Now I have.
That would be a pretty funny bit if they made a Ted Williams jersey without a head.
It's just arms.
Hey, it's Ted Williams jersey day here at Fenway Park.
Kids are trying to put it on, and they're like, I don't know where did my head go? That's the point.
Could be a good idea. Could be a good idea.
Definitely be a collector's edition.
Could be a good idea.
Oh. Wow. I don't know how we can get any funnier than that.
Yeah, I think we pretty much hit the peak there.
Oh.
I think we're good.
Mm.
I like jerseys.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice jersey.
All right.
Nice jersey, Nick.
Nice
Thank you.
jersey indeed.
Great
Thank
jersey.
you
Happy
again
birthday,
to
Nick.
Robert.
Yes, and happy birthday again, Nick.
Mhm.
In case we didn't say it enough yesterday.
We said it a lot.
We did. You did. I didn't.
Yeah.
I said it a few times.
Happy New Year, writes Alex Sindelar.
Just early at the end there, huh?
I mean, I don't know. That Pope talk was fun.
Yep, that was good.
It was a good
Jesus,
time.
God, no Pope.
Good last
Jesus, God, no Pope.
Good last 15 minutes, probably.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it was kind of like some of those, some of those action adventure films. First half, not so good. Second half,
Well, I
big
mean,
fight
we also
scene
talked
right at
about
the end.
Scott Frost and that dumb quote from Trev. That was fun.
Kind of evergreen.
Mm-hmm. That is evergreen. People love talking about Scott Frost.
You can put this one in the bullpen, Nick.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Bye, Apper.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a great day. The Grum is next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's a Dumb Debates Wednesday. We've reached the midpoint of the week. And there's plenty of dumb things to debate, I'm sure, these days.
Absolutely, there is.
For sure.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
How are you all? It's good to have you with us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, ZoneTV.live, Zone YouTube channel, and there's probably a half dozen other places where you can find us.
Many places, many sides.
Some may not be sanctioned, but we'll take your vote. We'll take your vote, and we won't burn your ballot.
That would be cool if there was an like Pirate Zone Radio.
Oh.
I want to meet this person and say, why are you doing this? And who is this for?
Why?
Yeah, why would you even do that? It's available for free wherever you listen to radio shows.
That's the great thing about public radio.
It's free. Well, we're not public
Well,
radio.
terrestrial
there you
radio.
go. Yeah,
that's the word I meant.
Yeah. We're not public, but we are free.
We are part of the public. You can just watch us
We
out.
are
You can see
part
us
of the
walking out
public.
somewhere.
We are using the public airwaves.
Hell yeah. Shout out to us.
So, we got coming up today the Grum Down, as always, powered by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard, a voice to text only. Nebraska baseball beating Creighton. Thumbs down.
Oh, here come the Menchies. Get ready for your Menchies, John.
Yeah, I don't care. Mike Schaefer of Husker247.com will join us.
I mean, that's right.
Yeah, well, kind of. Yes.
It is right. I mean,
got there.
It's spelled out. Sort of spelled out phonetically. I mean, obviously the 2 and the 4 are still there.
Yeah.
Husker offseason 2025. What's the confusion? This was the subject we stuck a pin in yesterday.
Yeah, during content, right? At the end of yesterday's show,
Yeah.
in the 5 o'clock hour when we were all here.
We'll try to unpack it and see what is going on.
Okay.
More NBA second round zaniness.
That's a fun word. Zany.
Yeah, I like zaniness. We will get to an open letter to college football. I meant to get to this the other day.
I don't believe you, John. This is turning into our Caitlin Clark thing.
Oh,
Could
we should
be.
get to that.
Yeah, we got it. Well, that's the Happer show. They'll get to it eventually, Nick. Don't worry.
President T's football committee.
What on earth is this?
Well, find out. Pie in the sky is cool, but how do you pay for the pie?
Also, how do you eat it? It's in the sky.
Well, if you're a bird.
Very long fork.
Or a
jetpack.
long fork.
You can still flunk out of a bowl game?
Huh?
And as I mentioned, it is Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Yes, it is.
Send us your dumb debates. We got a couple, during the interim. Remember, you can send it to us anytime. It doesn't have to be just today because we'll archive them into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Use the hashtag Dumb Debates. You can email in your dumb debates or other correspondence, for that matter, to the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
I sent a dumb debate your way when I was off.
You did?
Yeah, you guys didn't get to it, though. I listened.
Which one was it? Well, why don't you save it for later?
I'll save it
Save it for later.
Perfect.
John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. And the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline,
Nice.
which also works as a text line, 402-951-1620. The $100 gift card to be given out each week, courtesy of Prairie Flower. All you have to do is register at 1620thezone.com. That's it.
Nice.
Just 1620thezone.com. Register. You're in the drawing.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the drawing.
There you go.
You're in the
Drawing.
We're in the drawing.
All right, so
are we getting to it? Are we diving
last
right
night,
in? Oh boy.
The what?
I was wondering if we're diving right into the story, and we are
sure.
indeed diving right into the story.
It makes more sense because Schaefer was there last night, so he can give us his thoughts.
That's right.
Too.
He was Michael Brunts last night.
He was.
Covering the
Michael
baseball
Brunts.
team.
He was Michael Brunts last night. But another strange episode of Creighton, Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
Nebraska just decided they were going to walk people and then throw the ball away a couple of times, lose the ball on the lights. They're down 6, then they're down 2, then they're down 4. And then within 8 pitches in the 9th inning, 8,
1.
They're down by only 3 with the bases loaded, nobody out. And a couple of batters later, it's 1st and 3rd and 1 out.
Oh, boy.
In an 8-7 game, tying run is 90 feet away. Another possible improbable comeback. But then Garrett Langrel bears down. He strikes out the last 2. But it was after the last strikeout that this occurred. Miss and oh, thumbs down. Thumbs down. Let's take a look at that again, shall we? In slow motion. Walking. There's the gladiator style.
I was going to say, have you seen the movie Gladiator, John?
Gladiator style.
That's what that was a reference to.
Yeah, went down. So I thought, now Garrett Langrel, Creighton's closer, he's an emotional guy. He is a feisty, fiery guy. He pitches with a lot of emotion. It's not the first time he's made gestures towards the other team.
Whoa, what
He's
else?
Also got great
is he doing
hair.
like middle fingers? What kind of gestures?
No, not middle fingers, but
wow.
barking at guys.
Barking.
You
Is
know,
barking a gesture? Poll question.
but it's just, pitches with a lot of emotion. So I didn't think a whole lot of it. But then after the game, Connor and I are packing up, or we're starting to pack up, getting ready to do our post-game show.
Mm-hmm.
And look down on the field, and the team meeting is broken up, but now they're posing. They're posing on the field. And I didn't recall it in the moment, but I seem to remember Nebraska doing a similar thing when they won, and I thought, oh, well, okay, they beat Creighton. It was the first time in a while they'd beaten Creighton, and it was the first time in Omaha. So, yeah, sure, why not? I didn't think much of it.
Okay.
Until we saw what was in the picture.
Lots of thumbs down.
Lots of thumbs down. Everybody is thumbs down. And I'm scratching my head and I'm saying, wait a minute. What's going on here? Why is the thumb always down? Did something happen? Was something said? Well, upon further review.
That was the name of my college radio show.
Kind of a
upon
long
further
name.
review.
Upon further review?
Is that a news talk show?
In said picture,
Sportsmanlike.
taken on April the 15th in Omaha when Nebraska beat Creighton, there's not as many thumbs down, but there's a couple there.
How
in
can
the
you
front
tell?
row. Oh, I can see them. Blow it up a little bit. A couple guys in the front row throwing the thumbs down. So, all right. We got a little thumbs down war going on. You know what I thought to
1,
myself
2,
last
3,
night?
4. I declare a thumbs
thumb
down war.
John is saying Han, Nebraska shot first.
Nah. Lots of Star Wars references today.
I don't care who shot first or who shot last.
Wow.
I'm just glad that someone's taking their shot.
Hmm.
It's a rivalry, people. This is what we do in a rivalry. We celebrate a little bit more when we beat our rivals. Just a little bit more. I'm not offended by either. I enjoy it. I like that there's a little piss and vinegar going on. It seems like at times this rivalry's kind of gotten a little muted. Some people have said, oh, one team takes it more seriously than the other. Well, obviously not. They're gesturing towards each other. They want to win. There's a lot of emotion. And you know what? That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
John, not
win or lose.
Far be it from me to be critical of your thesis of today's show. But
what's my thesis?
That it's a rivalry. I saw you tweet this last night.
Yeah, it's a rivalry.
There's this famous tweet that goes around on the internet every now and then that's like, there's someone always arguing with nobody saying like, I thought you said Steph Curry wasn't a good shooter. So I say that in jest to you of, Is anybody saying it's not a rivalry? Like,
no, that's not my point.
Everybody knows that, right?
My point isn't to say that people are denying it's a rivalry.
Okay.
My point is to say this is what you do
Sure.
in a rivalry.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, that's the only point. The
Yeah.
point is this is what people do.
I-
and so if anyone's bet out of shape, butthurt, angry, frustrated,
Be mad at your team for not winning.
all harumphing.
Be mad at your team for losing the game.
Exactly.
That's how I always feel about this.
The best way to shut up your rival is to beat them.
I always say this. I said this after what's-his-bucket blew kisses after he kicked the game-winning field goal against Nebraska for
Keith
Iowa
Duncan.
back in 2019. I say this about everything. Nebraska beats Creighton. You're able to celebrate in any way that you want. Creighton, you beat Nebraska. You're able to do the same thing. I don't want to hear sore winners. No, to the winners go the spoils.
Correct. And if you want more
history
spoils,
is written
do more
by
winning.
the winners. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I hate that rivalry talk has now turned into us allowing or disallowing celebration by players. I think it's the lowest form of rivalry smack talk to get mad that the team celebrated. It is the dumbest crap. What's the one team, John, that I care about more than any team? You know what? When the Eagles beat the Cowboys, they can do whatever they want. As much as it pains me, I don't say, oh, sore loser, sore winner. No, you win. You're able to celebrate in any way that you wish. And Nebraska apparently had done the same thing last month, and I had no idea about it.
I didn't know about it. I didn't realize it.
And then Creighton does the same thing, and now people want to get upset about it.
Now they want to.
I just get so tired.
You know what? It's usually the retaliation, right? The guy that gets flagged is
Sure.
usually the guy who throws the retaliation,
Sure.
not the initial
And this
punch.
is the last one, right? This is the
This
last.
is it.
This is the final. It's the last game of the season. It's the last game
It's the
this
last
year
time.
between these two teams, and so it's going to have a little more oomph. And it was a game that was the rubber match. It was going to decide who actually won the season-long series.
We've always needed a trophy for something like this. Maybe we need just a giant bronze thumbs down.
Not a bad idea.
Where
I
the
like
bottom
it.
of the thumb, the tip of the thumb is the base of the trophy. And it's like this, and it's the thumbs down trophy. Take that, winners. Winners get the thumbs down.
Yeah. So that's my take on this entire situation.
Yeah. No, I'm not denying that, people don't think it's a rivalry, but I'm just reminding folks this is what you do.
This is what you do.
In a rivalry.
I just don't understand getting so mad about the team to beat you and the way they celebrate. Like, if your team won, don't Nebraska fans fill up the mentions of like any team that
Yes. They encourage it.
Isn't that
even during the crown, for crying out loud, they were encouraging
Isn't that
it.
the same thing? You are okay with just tweeting a fan base into oblivion to make them angry, and then someone makes you angry and you take the bait? I don't understand, John.
Don't take the
I don't understand. Don't take it. Let them celebrate. Also, in all seriousness, does this state care about baseball way more than I thought it did, or is everybody just triggered? It's got to be one of the two. This must be the biggest baseball fan base of all time. Where have all these people been all season long? They're suddenly very upset by a loss.
They're just quietly hanging out in the background.
I guess so. Maybe
just
that's
quietly hanging out in the background.
Maybe that's the case.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Anytime you want to comment, let us know. Josh is watching those texts.
Oh, yeah. I'm reading the texts. Always am.
We should also mention Mike Schaefer is coming up in just a few minutes. We'll talk a little bit about
nice
last night's game,
Thank you.
but also a little bit on Nebraska football. And I do look forward to our Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason football topic of the day, because Josh appeared to be a little flummoxed, a little confused.
Very.
About the 9-3, the optimism, just where the conversation is.
I'm confused.
We're going to try to unconfuse him. We're going to try to uncloud his mind.
You're going to try to unconfuse me? Good luck.
Try.
I'm an idiot.
Try.
I'm a big dumb moron.
I didn't say we'd be successful.
Okay.
Hey, it's Mental Health Awareness Month.
It is Mental Health Awareness Month. Good call, Nick.
You're not a big dumb or an idiot.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. John, you want to echo those words?
We'll be back.
Nice.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Schaefer coming up next. Great to have you with us. Be rivals. Next time you successfully cut your lawn without breaking your wrist, you can throw me a thumbs down.
There you go. Oh, that's a great idea. Send the thumbs down back to John.
Good bit.
You can send me a thumbs down, but you have to complete the cutting of the lawn without injuring yourself.
Yes, you absolutely do.
And all injuries count.
Mm-hmm.
All injuries matter.
Even bug bites.
Even bug bites.
You don't get bug bites about this time of year. You know, the mosquito, it's not good mosquito season yet.
Not yet.
Other bugs like to bite, John. It's not just mosquitoes. It's tick
Yeah.
season. Watch out for ticks.
Is it tick season?
I had found a tick on me the other day when I was hiking.
Oh, wow.
Well, at least someone likes you.
Wow.
Nice.
We will continue. Mike Schaefer coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha baseball fans, this is it. Your Maverick Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
You know, it was nice yesterday as I made my way back out into the wild for the first time in 10-ish days. And one of the first familiar faces I got to see was the smiling, bearded face of Mike Schaefer as he was traversing the concourse there at Haymarket Park. I was getting ready to head up to the press box, and it was like, it's Mike Schaefer. It was good to see someone not through a television screen for once.
The feeling was mutual. I told Happer I tried to give you a fist bump to your cast, but you were wise to my scheme and switched hands.
Yes, you were wise. Remember, there's a steel plate in here. I don't want you to get hurt.
You're not doing any swim moves. This isn't some one-on-one at a football camp. I'm not worried about your steel plate here.
Shafe, I have a question unrelated to anything Nebraska related to
those are the best questions. More of those.
All right, perfect. What advice would you have for someone that has one of their least favorite players in an entire sport traded to their favorite team? How would you handle it if and when such a thing has happened in your lifetime?
I am unsure why you care about George Pickens to that degree, assuming that's who we're talking about.
Yes.
Because he's ultimately
actually it was TJ Watt. TJ Watt got traded.
Trade for him. That'd be awesome. He's been annoying as hell. He's in a sport shape full of diva wide receivers. He might take the cake as the diva-ist.
I mean, CD is pretty diva.
Nah, CD played through an injury last year, John. He lost some diva point. He is, but Pickens is way worse with some of the crap he pulls.
Isn't this like the perfect scenario, though? Like, he doesn't have to be your best wide receiver. He doesn't have to be your best offensive player. You get the benefit if you get the good version of him. And at the end of the day, it's a wide receiver. So if he causes too many headaches, they can move on from him easily enough. What did they end up giving up for him? Like a 4th-round pick?
It was a third rounder, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I feel like
you're a comp pick right back.
It's not like it's the most visual position. It's not like he's the most important player. It's not like it's the final piece for a team that's going to go on a Super Bowl run. I mean, I don't think this, on the scale of being upset about a player that you don't like joining your team, this isn't too big of a deal. Like, there's worse out there for you.
Well, now part of it too is I'm obviously trying not to get excited about anything ever again with the Dallas Cowboys.
Deranged.
So the real reason comes out is you actually like the trade.
Well, I mean,
and
look,
now you're mad at George Pickens for getting you excited, even though it's your own fault that you're choosing to get excited. And it's not his fault that you're blaming him because the Cowboys have given you nothing but sadness for 30 years now.
Yeah, you are naming many good reasons. I will say I've never liked the guy, and I very much enjoyed his failures the last couple of years. But like, how quick
so baffled as to, like, how often I know you hate the Steelers.
I hate the Steelers. What are we talking about here? They're my third most hated team of all the teams.
Third most hated team
because the Eagles and Giants exist. I mean, what are we talking about here?
What I don't understand is why this has to be some existential crisis. If he's good, that's good. Who cares? He's now one of you.
One of us.
He's now one of you.
He's just a headache. He's a pain in the ass.
I feel like you're trying to invent a bigger reason to be unhappy about this, even though we've unearthed the actual reason, which is it is thawing your icy exterior towards the 2025 season. I can already see it. We're going to inch towards training camp, and you're going to send me texts like, hey,
don't like this.
You know, the NFL's just around the corner. Have you thought about a podcast schedule yet? But really what you're trying to say is, I can't wait to talk about George Pickens the first time he makes an incredible sideline catch when Dak was actually trying to throw the ball away. but he didn't have enough arm strength to get it all the way out.
Is this your way of saying we need to do a bonus National Fun League emergency podcast? Can we finally record one?
We're probably overdue for one. The schedule comes out, like next week? I think we should just do a react to the schedule podcast.
The next day? Maybe we do that next Friday. Yeah. That sounds fun.
Yeah, so
I look forward to that. Schaefer brings up, oh, man, and the Eagles are opening against the Chiefs in week 1. And another thing about George Pickens.
Lots of Pickens talk on the podcast. Lots of Pickens talk.
Did you know his wingspan is in the top 1% of the entire league?
It is amazing. One more on this, John, before you ask an actual question. It is wild when you look at some of the advanced numbers with him because it's like separation bottom. It's 3%. 3% best separation so he's horrible at that. But then like whatever it was, acrobatic catches or his ability to do those, it's like 90 whatever percentile. So he is a guy that cannot separate, but then he makes really cool catches.
He's the anti-Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors can only separate.
I like that. That's good. All right, John, take it away. Let's talk about sports.
Mad Online disagreed with some of Will Bolt's late game strategy. The only one I really had a problem with was in the 9th inning when Creighton was at bat. And they decided not to walk Matt Sherman, who's been their hottest hitter, to load the bases for Tarosian with 1 out in the 9th. But other than that, I didn't go through that game going, man, Will Bolt screw up this strategy. It was more, man, Nebraska just gave away way too many opportunities, and Creighton came up with the perfect time to capitalize every time Nebraska gave him a break.
Yeah, I honestly, even that one, like, I'm okay going with your guy there against Matt Sherman. I mean, I understand he'd been relatively hot, and yet at the same time, I think they felt good. They had an 0-2 count, right? Like it was a,
they did. That's true.
His pitch left too much of the plate, and that speaks perfectly to more of Nebraska's issue, which is they just fundamentally don't do anything well. They don't pitch it well. They weren't forcing Creighton to kind of come to them a little bit early in the game. I mean, at one point, and I'm sure you and Happer were talking about this on your broadcasts, I was regaling the people in the press box with all of my knowledge here, but Nebraska didn't get to a count that had 3 balls in it, like, 3 balls that were not called strikes until the 5th inning. Through 4 innings, they had only forced Creighton to throw 39 pitches. These are horrible. Like, these are...
That's like Steve Nebraska in the scout type stats there, Schaefer.
I mean, T-ball teams see more pitches than this. It was not, and they were lunging at stuff, like the swings were weak. They had multiple times where they had a 2-0 count in their favor and then just beat it into the dirt. It was a really bad approach game for Nebraska. And then you think, oh, well, maybe if they do these other things. Well, they didn't field it particularly great. They didn't base run particularly well. I mean, so they just gave that game away in a variety of ways. So there wasn't like a strategy issue that I had with this. It was more of how is a team that has a fair amount of veterans that played in the regional last year, that won the Big Ten, how can they not turn one of the simplest, easiest double plays in baseball, chopper right back to, it wasn't even hard hit. He didn't have to dance out of the way and get lucky that the ball went into his glove. He was right there. And then the throw is just a little off. And it's just like, if Nebraska just does one thing slightly wrong, no matter who it is, whether it was Creighton last night or Northwestern a few weeks ago or Minnesota on Friday, if they leave the door open just a little bit, teams are just kicking it down on them. And they just don't have enough talent or pitching or offense to survive this. And they made a game comeback in the 9th inning. And, couldn't have asked for a better scenario than Gabe Swanson at the plate when you need the big hit. And he didn't get it done there. And so it's a tough loss for Nebraska baseball to take. And yet at the same time, a lot of the people I talked to after that game said the same thing. Feels kind of like a microcosm for the season. And this is how you're 24-25. Like this is how you're a team that just gives away wins. This is how you went 13-12 in a non-conference that you were able to beat Oregon State twice and Vanderbilt once. And yet you couldn't really handle anybody in state. They were lucky to win the one game they did, really. And then on top of it, they struggled against Kansas and Kansas State too. So it's just a really rough year for Nebraska baseball. And there's not a lot of silver linings to this either, because, a lot of these freshmen you're hoping you're hoping that they're going to make big jumps on the pitching mound next year to go from guys who can't throw strikes right now to suddenly they're either in high leverage situations or you're starting them in games. So it's a tough moment for Nebraska baseball. I don't think there's, I don't think they're going to pull themselves out of it. I got asked that early, and I think it was on this show, and I was pretty dubious that they had the ability to, because I don't think they're a particularly sound baseball team, and I think maybe they lack a little bit of and I know this sounds stupid, but a little bit of the grittiness that's required to handle a day-to-day sport like baseball. Like the kind of guys that don't lose. They do everything they can not to lose. I saw that in one dugout last night, and it was the visitors.
I'm curious, Schaefer, because, Nebraska's, they've been through the easier part of the Big Ten schedule, and they've won every series so far. Am I hearing you right that where would your confidence level be for Michigan and Purdue that they can finish this out and at least get into the tournament and give themselves a chance in Omaha?
I think anything's on the table. I wouldn't be surprised if they swept Michigan. I wouldn't be surprised if they got swept by Michigan. I think they're likely to get into the Big Ten tournament as like the 11 or the 10, something like that. But I don't have confidence that they can have a magical week in Omaha. I just don't think they have the pitching. I don't think they have guys that can work the count and do the small things right. I mean, the team that we watched last night, John, they aren't getting it done when the chips are down. I mean, it's really nice that you have the resiliency that you can fight back, and that's kind of what Will Bolt was hanging his hat on. I took a lot of umbrage with him saying he thought they played a pretty good game aside from one inning, because there was a lot of mistakes all over the field last night. And it wasn't just the fourth inning got away from them. It was everything that led up to the fourth inning and a lot that followed. I mean, heck, it's 8-6, or excuse me, not 8-6. It's what, 6-4 going into the top of the ninth. Your right fielder can't lose the ball in the lights. Like, that just cannot happen in that moment. And then, you've got to, and if it does, you have to figure out how to get out of it. And it just, like I said, when they've left the door open a little bit, this team has not been able to survive its own mistakes. In the past, they've had guys that can mash through it or pitchers that can pitch around it. Right now, I just don't know that they have enough talent to overcome their own miscues.
So, Schaefer, and this is not a let's talk about firing Will Bolt question.
That's not going to happen. I know that's not what you're going to ask. For anybody that's listening right now, they're not going to move on from Will Bolt. I don't think they should move on from Will Bolt, and they're not going to.
And so spinning it forward, like, what is this program going into next year if you're right about what you think the next few months or few weeks rather are going to bring, what is this group going into another season? What will that be? Year 7 already under his regime? And obviously they've had some high, and I guess one of the seasons obviously got nowhere.
6+.
Let's say 6.5. Like what is
it wouldn't be 7 because Erstad left after 19, right? So then COVID year. So really you've had 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6. Yeah. So it's 6 years next year. Sorry.
No, yeah. So what is the program? What is Nebraska baseball going into the 6th full season under Will Bolt?
I don't think we have a full understanding yet. I think they fight themselves to find consistency. I think we went through a similar type of year in 2023 where you had Bryce Matthews and you had some really talented guys, but they weren't able to consistently find ways to beat teams in the middle of the week or to win games in the Big Ten or overcome some of their pitching issues. And then that led to Rob Childress becoming your pitching coach. I think one of the hardest things for me to stomach is that nothing of what we're seeing on the mound reflects Rob Childress's Hall of Fame career as a pitching coach. So I can't imagine as annoyed as fans are, and people can hear it in my voice. I don't like watching bad baseball. Last night was rough. As annoyed as I might be, I can't imagine what it's like for Rob Childress, who, I mean, that guy is as close as you're going to find in college baseball to the pitching whisperer. And he hasn't really been able to figure it out with this group. Now, again, there's some young arms they really like. Is it as simple as they go through the summer, they get a little bit bigger, they had to go through this to come out better on the other side? We saw that in 24. The problem is, when is a Nebraska athletics program going to build on that? I mean, and I don't mean to turn this from a Nebraska baseball to Nebraska men's athletics at large, but we saw it in basketball. You go to the tournament, and then the next year is just this up and down ride that's ultimately unfulfilling, save for kind of a fluky, weird tournament at the end where they get to win it. And we see it in football where you feel like they're ready to turn the corner, and then they haven't. So I don't know what it is with Nebraska men's athletics, but they really haven't allowed you to sit here and think that progress, even incremental progress, is what happens from year to year. It's just these sort of wild swings of the pendulum where, 1 year you're riding high and you're the Big Ten tournament champions and you're picked to certainly represent next year and be the best team in the conference. And then suddenly you can't throw strikes and get outs and you can't win midweek games and you don't have enough depth to get through stuff. And guys early in the season can't hit the ball at all. And now all of a sudden they're not able to work the count. So it's just I just think, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, someone, if they can just find consistency and show that they can build upon it, would be great for Nebraska athletics. We just haven't seen it, regardless of those three sports in recent years. And it's got to be frustrating to people. You put in a lot of time. John, how many people do you estimate were there last night?
Oh, it was.
So you're saying it was like 6,000?
Yeah,
it was a good crowd.
It was at least 5,000 to 5,500. Yeah, I would believe 6.
It was a good crowd, and then for 4 innings, they're just sitting on their hands. Nebraska didn't have a base runner.
Safe. I was surprised. They get the first 4 guys reach on 8 pitches. It's a 3-run game, bases loaded, nobody out, and I'm looking around going, why aren't people standing? Usually in the 9th inning, it's like we're standing here.
Some of them were just waking up from the malaise. They were waking up from the malaise from earlier in the game. Did you know Nebraska only had 2 innings where they had a guy reach second base last night?
Yeah, I know.
That's
and one time one inning, 2 guys reached second base, which, as you know, is illegal.
Yeah. So Nebraska athletics.
Moving on from the baseball side, Nebraska has finally put up the giant wall separating itself from the Iowa State Cyclones. They finally got an in-state commit. Jace Reynolds, the Elkhorn North product. What is it like that Nebraska likes about him?
I think they love his versatility. When I watched him play, and when you put film on, he's kind of a unique guy in that he'll line up as a nickelback at times. He'll line up as a linebacker behind defensive linemen. He'll come off of the edge. You look at his statistical production with Elkhorn North, and it's 91 tackles, and that's a linebacker. That's an in-the-box linebacker. It's 8 pass breakups. It's 6 hurries and a sack. And then you go to the year before, and he's got 2 interceptions and a forced fumble. He's kind of a really versatile, interesting player. I know some people absolutely hate, and I'm guilty of using this a lot. They hate when we refer to football players as chess pieces. But he's kind of an interesting chess piece that can move around the board in different ways. And, if you're a defensive coordinator, having a guy like that to match up against different teams is really valuable. The comparison I made the other day on our Husker 24/7 podcast, and it's an imperfect one, but I think there's some similarities to I just lost the name. I just lost the linebacker from 2018, smashed Dwayne Haskins. Help me out here. Jojo Doman. Jojo Doman. Yeah. He was a guy that could play in a lot of different roles for Nebraska. And I don't know that Jace Reynolds is going to be exactly that. And there might be more, there could be like a Mekhi Bayer component to it or something where he's not going to be the biggest guy. Like there's a size difference between him and a Christian Jones or a Pierce Mooberry and ultimately what you're going to have him do. But the fact that he can do different stuff, that he's comfortable in coverage, that he's comfortable coming on a blitz, that you could play him in different ways. He's 6'1.5", 6'2", 210 pounds right now. I just think there's a versatile defensive player. And then on top of it, when he first gets here, I fully expect Jace Reynolds to be involved in coverage units and playing for Mike Eckler on special teams and just being one of those guys. So he's not going to be the biggest, highest rated player in the class. He's going to be someone that you maybe forget about a little bit when they add more players to it. But I think Jace Reynolds is the kind of guy that it's worth making the in-state offer on and betting on him. And for him, he gets to live out a childhood dream. And usually when you get those guys, you're going to get everything they have from them.
Schaefer, we're all kind of doing the post spring, catch up on everything, trying to figure out what we learned, what we know, what we don't know. Offensive line has been the topic of conversation a ton since the spring came to a close. You were talking about it yesterday with BC on the pod. Elijah Pritchett, which is a player that I think you and I were kind of agreeing on coming into the program, but you mentioned you're hearing some good things about him and how his spring went. How surprising was that? What could that mean for the team this year if that ends up being true?
Yeah, it was pretty surprising to me because his PFF grades weren't very good. You could just watch highlights of his time at Alabama, and he had struggled a little bit. But it's worth noting, I mean, it was his first full extended run. And obviously the SEC is difficult, and the Big Ten will be as well. But from people that I trust that were over there far more than the 2 20-minute periods we got to watch things, he had a good spring, and there's an element of power that he can kind of bring at the left tackle position. It seems like he was fairly settled in there. I had some reservations about him playing at that left tackle spot. He largely played right tackle and struggled in the SEC. And just because he had a good spring doesn't mean he's going to be great in the fall. But I think if you go in knowing, okay, this guy is our left tackle, he's big, strong, physical, he gets your hand on you, he's moving defensive linemen in the spring. If he's doing that in the fall next year, that's a rock that you can kind of build on going forward. And maybe I'm buying into too much of the chatter from the coaches, but it's also from people that aren't on the coaching staff that I know that have been over there that have watched things. The offensive line has looked and operated a little bit different. I think that moving, not that they don't appreciate or didn't appreciate some of the experience of the guys that they've had, but having some different people in different roles, different leadership roles could be helpful for this offensive line as well. And then I also have come full circle on Donovan Raiola. I mean, that is something that I have said several times already this year. And I'm not projecting that they're going to have multiple all Big Ten linemen or anything like that, but I think they can have a rock solid offensive line that can be a steadying force for this team. And the biggest part that kind of ties this all together, I think Dana Holgorsen is going to help these guys out a lot. I think he's going to maximize it in ways where he's not going to ask people to be in bad positions. He's going to be able to kind of have a good feel for, all right, this is what we can do well as a line. These are the guys that can get out and move. This is who I want to have as my puller. This is the side where when we got to go short yardage, we're going to lean on pretty heavily. I just think having a veteran play caller and one that's in tune with the personnel that he has is one of these things that's going to be hard for us to fully appreciate until we get to see it on display all of next year.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, thanks. Enjoy that series win for Cleveland. It's good for you.
It's nice. The AL Central has picked up back where it was last year. 3 teams just hotly contested around a couple games. Josh's Royals, lifelong Royals fan.
Dude, that was a hilarious win last night.
It was you see that in Little League sometimes, if you have.
Yeah, seriously. That never even happened to me, and I sucked at baseball.
Well, it's hard for you to catch a ball when you're sitting on the bench and they have the covering, above you there.
I was a starting third baseman, Schaefer, because I could field the baseball without, it bouncing off my face.
There's no way for me to say this without it coming across as insulting.
What do you want to say?
I won't even apologize for it.
Let him have it.
Having seen pictures of a smaller version of you, a younger version of you,
sure,
arm strength would not be one of the things that I would have thought that you would have possessed. So were you getting the ball when it was hit at third and then just running it back to the pitcher?
No, I wasn't running it back to the pitcher. Throwing it across.
He was a situational third baseman. He was only third baseman, and there was a force play at third base. All right, put Peterson in.
Wow. Was it a good throw for you when it only had 4 bounces getting over there to first?
My God. It was my bat that I struggled with, Schaefer, if you would really like to know where I was bad at baseball.
Both. First part of it was he couldn't see it.
Yeah, I never even had to face a curveball. I can't imagine that. Hey, shut up, John.
Josh Peterson here for Kugler Vision. Would you like to better hit a baseball?
Yeah, don't you wish your 10-year-old self would have known what to do back then? Yeah, me too.
That'd be a good commercial.
Back in Little League, third base was one of the harder positions to find someone good at because that's the longest throw on the field usually. Mm-hmm. That and shortstop.
Yeah, it's a tough spot.
Baseball.
You had to also, if you face good players, you had to occasionally know that you might get blasted over there at third base too.
Oh, you don't want that
on it a little bit. I don't know if that happened for you or not, but if I was on the mound and someone turned on it, it was coming down third base pretty hard.
All right, Shave, have a great week. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, have a good one. Thanks for having me on.
Bye-bye, Schaefer.
You bet. Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. When we come back, it's our Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day.
Thank God, this has been so much baseball today.
I think we could use more.
No, Nick, it's time for football. What is the topic today, John?
Well, the topic today is the confusion that seemed to have reigned yesterday late in the Grum regarding the offseason optimism. Or is it optimism?
Don't call it optimism.
Yeah. We'll try to unpack this.
Okay.
See if we can't unconfuse the confused.
Perfect.
Coming up next. But first, real quick, want to congratulate our latest qualifier for an opportunity to go see Kenny Chesney at the Sphere in Las Vegas.
The Sphere.
Yes, I don't know if you've heard, but we are giving away a trip to see Kenny Chesney on June 14th in Las Vegas to see him at the Sphere. You got airfare, pair of tickets, stay at the Luxor, and all you have to do is go to 1620thezone.com. Ryan is our latest qualifier from the Grum. Ryan, congratulations.
Congrats, Ryan.
Shout out to Ryan.
Just remember, when you register, you need to be 21 years old to enter. That is for Saturday, June 14th. Chance for you. Fly you and a friend or a loved one to see Kenny Chesney at the Sphere in Las Vegas. Find out more details at 1620thezone.com.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Cry me a river. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the
Kool-Aid.
For sure. My apologies.
John, before we get to it, I want to say this. Our comment section has been popping off today.
Yes.
Like it's Husker and Creighton baseball. It's the strangest thing. But it looks like it's overreaction.
I love it. Baseball is taking over the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason football topic of the day. Give me more. Feed me.
Let me say what I was going to say. We have all these comments, all these debates, all this arguing, and yet 4 likes on today's video. Can we get some likes from the chat? We need to get people to like and subscribe more. More likes, please, on the YouTube video. All you commenters that are chatting, just click that like button for us.
It's just right there.
It helps other people on YouTube find the show.
Yeah, and then you can argue with them about Creighton and Nebraska.
Bingo. Thank you. Jimmy says, I got you. Thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy, you're here every day.
Jimmy.
We would love you to like the show every day.
My favorite argument that happened in the chat is one listener asked how many, it might have been Jimmy, actually, pro MLB players are from Creighton and Nebraska.
Sure.
And it felt like there was kind of like a gotcha kind of sense there. And they're like, there's been 41 MLB players from Nebraska and like 19 from Creighton.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Well, just go like. That's all I care.
There's been more than 19.
Just go like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Well, now that Josh has taken us down this road, here's your random stat. Creighton baseball now 6-0 in Lincoln since the start of 2018.
Wow. Look at that.
There's your Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason football topic of the day.
No, John. It's just begun, John. It's just begun.
Let's keep talking baseball.
So a question was asked in yesterday's not crossover, but the content section, and I want to go back and I want to read this question.
Give us the music, Nick.
Verbatim. No, we don't need the music, but just to put us back in the same mindset that we were
what's
yesterday.
For dinner? It's almost time to eat.
Here was the question. Sunday, Tom Chattel said 9-3 would be the record for people to predict. Today, Steve Sipple penned a column titled, "With its spring season in the books, Nebraska forges ahead with a properly limited amount of hyperbole. Who is going to be right?" To which you issued some confusion because I agreed with Tom to a degree. I said, yeah, I could see that a lot of folks around here, the scribes, those of us who are
homers
in the media,
honks.
Yes.
You may not get like the majority, but you may get a plurality of the opinion that says 9-3. And you sounded like we had just told you that Mr. Banks could fly.
Your dog? Mr. Banks is flying.
Could fly.
Yeah, that would shock me. Just like a 9-3 prediction for Nebraska football would shock me. I don't get it, John. I'm confused.
I'm trying to. So we're going to try to unpack this and try to unconfuse you because now, again, this is what people are saying. I'm not saying 9-3. I haven't even thought about a prediction for next season yet because I don't care to. We don't know what it's going to look like. I'm going to wait.
Yeah,
There's plenty of damn
Well, I mean,
time.
I'm just at a blank 7-5 because that's what, it's like a modicum of.
That's what they were last year.
Basically, it's a little bit of improvement, but it's not enough improvement. I'm honestly in the 6-6, 7-5 camp right now. The reason, John, that I'm like confused is not because people won't talk themselves into things. They always do. I just have not heard any of these people. I have not heard a single person who is bullish on the team. And so this is such a meta conversation because ultimately it doesn't matter. I'm asking who these people are that are predicting these records. I just haven't heard from any of them, Like I remember when we did the poll question last week, hey, phase 2. And while The bullishness is still there on them going to a bowl game. It's well above 90%. There was a tick down from the 8-4 crowd. It was slightly worse than it was.
Slightly.
Not that much, but that fits my worldview. And when I say worldview, I mean like how I am perceiving the discourse surrounding Husker football. And yet, because like on our show, John, is there anyone in our audience who is like super bullish? If they are, we don't hear from them. And maybe that's just the bubble of, again, our audience, because, if I go to a Homer's house, they're just going to be a Homer. I guess I'm just confused because Chattel said, yeah, he thinks that 9-3 is going to be the pick. I've not heard one single person even say that record. If he would have said 8-4, I don't think, I think I would have read that and moved on. But I have not heard anybody say 9. I've not heard one person say 9-3. Not one single person say that they think they're going to be able to go 9-3. And so maybe that's where some of my disconnect is coming from.
Could I make the argument, while he has not offered a straight prediction, and he won't, that it is Matt Rule's confidence and the constant referring to year 3? I mean, we've got countless sound bites of Rule, whether it's been at the podium or on podcasts, talking about the year 3 bounce. We've coined it as sniffing his own farts, but he's done it. And normally a coach isn't going to, and again, he's not saying we're going to go 9-3, but it's the confidence that he projects. And now people are going to look at that and say, well, if Matt Rule thinks, we're in a spot to be good. And in fact, that was in the SIP column.
Yes.
He said, I expect us to be pretty good. I think we're a good team. I expect us to be good. That's me being right down the middle. I'm not saying we're here, and I'm not saying we're here. We should be good. We've got a good team. We've got good players, guys who have been around a while. We return a starting quarterback. We got a bunch of guys who played. I think we're right where I thought we'd be. And if you were to take that and combine it with the references to year 3 and the typical year 3 Matt Rule bounce, because we know he believes in his own press clippings. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong for doing that, just saying he believes in his own press clippings.
Sure.
Because it happened at Temple and it happened at Baylor, and he sees it and feels it happening here. That by saying, I think where we're right where we ought to be, tells you that the year 3 bounce is inside the program, the expectation.
So is the blind 9-3 because it is the 3rd season? Because of what has happened for Matt Rule in previous spots?
And look at it.
Dwayne says that Matt Rule was confident last year too. Yeah, remember the Joe Klatt interview that he did last summer, John? He was super bullish on his team last year.
He was.
Super bullish.
He was. But, he's doubled down on this year. He's doubled down on it. And if right or wrong, he has doubled down on it. And so I think that's where so maybe Tom's not hearing 9-3, but I think what he's hearing is the confidence coming from the coach. And then that's going to bubble over into the general public sentiment, which is, yeah. And 9-3, let's face it, it could be 8-4 too. Both would be an improvement. Both would be the best record Nebraska's had in 9 seasons. 9 seasons.
Yeah.
So while, yes, there is a difference between an 8-win and a 9-win team, still you're in that ballpark. But I hate to say this, the schedule sets up.
Oh, decent. Here we go.
And let's face it, when people
words
make
we've never said before.
When people make, and again, I'm not talking about what I'm going to say, what you're going to say.
I know.
But when people make predictions, a lot of what they look at is who a team's got coming back and what's on their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be a lot of folks saying, well, as Rule said, we return a starting quarterback. You've got that. You've got an offensive line that some are saying is going to be better than it's been. Mitch Sherman said earlier this week could be the best offensive line we've had here in a while.
Yep.
The receiver core has been rebuilt.
Yep. Again.
Sure, there are questions on defense. You go out, you get a what's considered a top flight special teams coordinator in Mike Eckler. And then you add to that the fact that Matt Rule is talking up his team,
Mm-hmm.
not bragging about his team, but he is talking up his team, and he's buying into the year 3 stuff. All of those things together, yeah, I can see where Tom's coming from.
Couple comments. Adam writes into the text machine, 402-951-1620, 6-6 or 7-5 would be unacceptable. It's year 3. We should expect at least 8 wins. And while I understand that POV, I think there is a difference between expecting it because this is the next step to make and actually like thinking it will happen, you know? And so that's maybe where some of the maybe that's where some of it comes from, John, is it's like, it's year 3. They have to be able to do this now. And if not, you know, I have some questions for him. Jimmy says 8 is if they win a game or 2 we don't expect, which can happen. But as a fan, you need to be proven otherwise because we've said that for 20 years. Yeah, they would to get. It's funny to win 8. I would actually say it would not come with upset wins. It would come mainly winning games you're favored in, because on paper, at the very least, and we could do the Bill Connolly numbers. I mean, on paper, John, at this moment in time, I believe Nebraska is going to be a favorite in like 9 games on paper, according to the Bill Connolly numbers. So, I mean, 8-4 actually would mean not slipping up to the teams that you're supposed to beat, because last year, if you look up and down the schedule, Illinois, they were favored in that game. Were they dogs against Indiana? I'm guessing they were. They were obviously dogs against Ohio State. They were not dogs against UCLA.
No.
They were not dogs against UCLA in that loss, and they might have been a short favorite against Iowa, or maybe a short dog. I can't remember. So, like, last year, the issue between 6-6 in the regular season and 8-4 or 9-3, it actually was beating teams they were favored against, not losing to teams that they were underdogs to.
We want to hear from you. Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline, 402-951-1620. Don't forget, you can also register to win that $100 weekly gift card given away by Prairie Flower each week at 1620thezone.com. Either a voice or a text, 402-951-1620. Curious what your thoughts are, and we'll kind of branch off and continue the conversation, because you said something there about, hey, if Nebraska is going to be favored in all these games, as long as they win the games that they're favored, they're going to hit this number. I believe if Nebraska is going to hit the 9-win number, they're going to have to win a game they're not supposed to. And that leads me into a different segment of the conversation. We can carry that over next. 402-951-1620, or if you want to email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. We'll continue with more of this conversation coming up on 1620 The Zone. Your home improvement company has the Memorial Day sale, and it started already, and it goes through the end of the month, and you can get a serious upgrade by transforming your bathroom. Save up to 20% off a bathroom remodel, plus act now for up to an additional 10% off and free plumbing with qualifying purchases. You can turn that bathroom into the retreat you've always wanted it to be, the place that's more relaxing and less stressful. And with great financing, you can handle 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. The Memorial Day sale from YHIC, this is the time to act. Call them today at 402-764-1720 and schedule a free in-home consultation. Again, the Memorial Day sale runs until May 31st. Don't miss out. Let me repeat. Save up to 20% off a bathroom remodel, plus act now up to an additional 10% off and free plumbing for qualifying purchase, plus 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 12 months. 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. They'll exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. The YHIC Memorial Day sale ends May 31st. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. 702-951-1620. More money giveaway. $5,000 could be yours. Go register today at 1620thezone.com. You can put that money towards someone else to do your lawn for you so they can trip over the implements, not yourself.
Jeez, John.
Or just a new piece of equipment or something to freshen up your yard, whatever the case may be. Mo Money giveaway. Register to win today. 1620thezone.com. Brought to you in part by Saul's Jewelry and Loan. So on the subject of this conversation, I thought of something else today, and it kind of branches into something we talked about yesterday. And that is the Michigan game, which is the fourth game on the schedule. Of course, Sharon Moore's not going to be coaching in that game. But that's not the general point. The point is this. In previous years, especially with new coaching staffs, there comes a moment in a season or in a tenure where you identify a game that when I originally came up with this idea, as I was thinking about this, I called it the momentum game. But I think a better turn of phrase is the proof of concept game, where you identify before the season starts, this is the game. And if you win this game, it's proof of concept that things are turned, or that what has been done over the previous years is actually starting to bear fruit. The ultimate definition of this proof of concept game is 2007 USC. Because everybody was pointing back to, Bill Callahan's team had built some momentum. But remember, and we have to put this in the context of what it was you were expecting from the program in that moment. So take yourself back 20 years and put yourself back in that moment. I know it's a little bit scary, but just bear with me. But the motivation and the reason for bringing in Bill Callahan was to restore Nebraska football to where they were under Tom Osborne as a conference and national championship contender. I know that sounds a little silly today, but that's what it was.
Hey, we were excited. You are not wrong though, John. You go back to that lead up. I would say not even that summer. The whole first 3 years felt like in one way a giant lead up to that game.
It certainly
here
did.
is the moment. And look, they gave us an answer. It just wasn't the answer.
They gave us an answer.
This wasn't the answer.
They certainly gave us an answer, but I was trying to rack my brain for maybe other examples of this proof of concept game. And I'm just going to throw a couple out here, and you tell me if these might qualify based on the definition I gave you. Obviously, the gold standard definition is that 2007 USC game.
Yep.
The 2010 Texas game. Now, this one came with more to it because that was really based in revenge for 2009, 1 second remaining. But at the same time, it also was, year 300 Bo. They took the big step in 2009. Came within an eyelash of winning the conference title when no one gave them a chance. And 2010 was going to be the year, all right, things get going. So this game, certainly it fits in the revenge category, but I do think it was identified as, hey, you go out and beat these guys and prove that you should have beaten them that last year too, that last year it was the fluke that they won. And that would have been the momentum or the proof of concept that would have pushed things forward.
Yeah, I think the only reason I want to, because my first inclination was to argue with you, I think that's because I was thinking of the week of and how Texas had taken such a big step back that it no longer.
But I'm talking
in the offseason.
This conversation is the offseason.
It did. You're right. In the offseason, it very much had that revenge plus. This is going to be that kind of last piece of the puzzle type game for the program if they were going to prove that they were moving in the right direction.
Now, I'll throw two others out there, and these two actually went better than the 2010 Texas game, which we all remember was a huge disappointment.
Okay.
For Mike Riley,
2016 Oregon.
Was it 2016 Oregon? Now, again,
and they
Oregon
won that game.
Was not a good team that year, as we found out later.
Hey, real quick, John.
Nebraska did win that game.
Yeah, and Oregon fell apart. And in a way, it's similar to Bob Devaney beating Michigan in his first year, where Michigan, went off the cliff, and as did the Oregon Ducks.
Now, again, this was in the identification of the game. We obviously know just because they won that game, it didn't mean squat for Mike Riley, because within a year he was gone.
Correct. Yeah, they got off to a great start. It was a 7-0 start, but that game did not foretell any great things to come for the program as a whole.
So I lead this long preamble into this question. Can the argument be made that the proof of concept game this season, because we are in year 3, this is the year where the head coach has said, this is the bounce year. We always get the bounce in year 3. He feels very good about the team. He feels good about the direction of the team. But as I said last segment, I don't think this team hits 9 wins just by beating all the teams it was supposed to beat. I think this team hits 9 wins. I think they have to hit 9 wins and make it feel like you've done something by beating one of those teams that today, who knows what the point spread's going to be in a few months, but today feels like, okay, if you want to show me that this has taken a step, here's the game you need to win, and the game is Michigan.
I mean, that was the first game that came to my mind, even though, I mean, what's fun about Michigan is we don't really know what they are right now. This is not 2 years ago Michigan, but I also don't think it's last year's Michigan. I think this Michigan is right in between those two teams. Not a true national title contender yet. And even, I mean, that Michigan team did finish the season with wins over Ohio State and Alabama, so it kind of left a better taste in the mouths of a lot of people. But I think this is a better team than that, but a worse team than the one before. So it kind of fits the bill a little bit. They're going to be a top 20-ish team. They're going to come into Lincoln. Big opportunity, assuming, I mean, they got to beat Cincinnati in week 1, but if they do that, they're certainly looking down at another 3-0 start. Mm-hmm. And that would be a chance to get to 4-0 for the first time in almost a decade. So yeah, they were the first and obvious one, because I think there are flaws if you name everybody else except for Iowa. And Iowa would represent also that kind of win 9, but also win against a team that either you shouldn't or it would have good feelings. Iowa will forever represent that, and especially lately, because since Bo Pelini's last game, Nebraska has only beaten Iowa 1 time. And that was at the end of a very forgettable 2022 season.
This could be bulletin board material.
Uh-oh.
But the only reason I would disqualify Iowa has nothing to do with the fact that Iowa's dominated Nebraska in the series. But that to me is more of a mental roadblock for Nebraska than it is a symbolic roadblock. And again, I'm not saying that Iowa hasn't been the better program. They have. But And you could make the argument, yeah, they probably need to beat Iowa too if they're going to win 9 wins and get 9 wins, and that
it's
is
hard
true.
To imagine them getting to 9-3, because that means, John, if they do real quick, if they get there without beating Iowa, that means they would enter the game 9-2. Which no, I'm not going to predict that they will enter that game 9-2. No way in hell.
I think Michigan represents that. I mean, it's a recent national champion. It's one of the 2 biggest dogs in the conference.
Yep. Blue blood.
No matter where we think they're going to be, they are symbolic of what Big Ten power is. No matter what their record's going to be next season, it's going to be a well-coached, disciplined, physical football team with athletes that, at least on paper, are better than yours based on recruiting rankings, etc. But it's also a game where I can't look today on May the 7th and say, oh, yeah, Nebraska's got no chance in that one. I'm not saying they're going to win, but I can't look at that and say, oh, they got no chance in that.
Well, this is, I mean, dare we say, man, when we do the show the day of the first game, that Thursday, and we go through the will win, won't win, shouldn't, there will be none in the won't win category, right? I'm not putting. Well, never mind. Penn State. I'll put Penn State. Penn State in there.
Penn State.
So never mind. I was going to say this might be the first year we've ever done this exercise where there would be nobody in that bill. But yeah, Penn State definitely fits that.
Penn State's probably in there, and some might argue, well, why aren't you arguing Penn State is that proof of concept?
Because I think it's because it's up a whole other level,
right?
Yeah, and it's on the road.
At least for this
that
season.
Would be a truly out of nowhere, at least on paper and at least right now, months before the season and in even more months before the game. That would be a stunner that we have not seen around here in quite some time if they were able to pull off a win in Happy Valley against Penn State, because that is a actual national championship contender. And they almost did the same thing to Ohio State last year. You know, they had the lead and Ohio State had fourth and whatever late in the game, and Ohio State converted it, and then they went on and scored the game-winning touchdown.
So maybe that is the proof of concept game. Have we reached that moment?
Yeah.
I would say we have.
Yeah, I would say
say we have reached that moment. Year 3, with the head coach talking up the bounce, with Tom Chattel expecting not a bunch of 9-3 predictions, and our listeners, more than 50%, believe it's at least an 8-win season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's hard for me to believe that Nebraska. Sure, can you get there mathematically without beating Michigan or a Penn State? Of course. But I don't think psychologically, if this team has truly taken the next step to being a winning program, I don't think you can get there by backing your way into it.
Well, wouldn't you say...
I think you have to go out and prove it to somebody in order to do it.
Wouldn't you say that the 2016 team, what you are describing is what happened with them? They beat a bad Oregon team early on, but look at who they lost to. Wisconsin and Iowa in their division at the time, and Ohio State. And they lost to Iowa by 30, and they lost to Ohio State by 59. So, like, those two games, first of all, showed how far they had fallen, but also that they just were not in that group. That year, Nebraska was favored in 9 games in the regular season, and they won all 9. They were underdogs in 3. They lost all 3. And in 2 of them, they got absolutely destroyed. And so, yeah, you kind of left the season, and it was like, cool, they got to 9 wins, but they lost in the bowl game, and they didn't look really pretty in 3 of their 4 losses.
402-951-1620. Today is a deadline. Today is a big deadline and an open letter to college football.
If we have time.
If we have time. Well, we'll have time because we're going to do it next. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
John's not there.
John, where'd you go?
Where does he go? He keeps disappearing on us during commercial breaks.
Yeah, no kidding. He works from home now, and suddenly he thinks he can just slough off the show.
Interesting. There he is. John, are you going tinkle again?
Are you being a tinkle boy?
John, you going pee-pee?
Johnny pee-pee?
No.
You keep disappearing on us during the commercial break.
Doing errands.
Errands? You have a broken arm.
You're working right now.
Yeah, I'm not doing errands. You see me mowing the lawn right now, John? No, I'm hosting the show with you.
I didn't say I'm mowing the lawn. I just had to take something out
John's
of the refrigerator. That's all.
Take something out of the... okay, I guess that's getting right. Is that an errand?
I don't think that's an
It
errand.
is when you have one arm, yes.
Okay, I guess I'll allow that.
Dumb
It
debate.
is when you
What's an
have
errand?
one arm. I apologize. You know, today is a big deadline. Today's the deadline. Judge Wilkins'
when
deadline.
is this? When's this coming down, man? I thought we might have this during the show today. I guess it is on the West Coast.
It's not going to happen. It
What's
happens
not going to
on
happen?
the court's time. I mean, it's going to happen. It's not going to. It's not like a rocket launch where we have a countdown and hit 0 and the rocket goes up. This is one of those
Not if
rocket
there's
launches
bad
where
weather,
the count
John.
freezes and then the rocket stays on the launch pad forever and ever and ever. But today is supposed to be the deadline that the attorneys, the defendants in the House case, came back to Judge Claudia Wilkins with the grandfathering in clause of the roster limits.
The GF clause.
So we're going to
The
learn
GF
about
clause.
that officially. We should be learning about that officially today.
Well, here's something.
Okay.
Well, here's something. Perhaps.
Yeah.
It's also on this same day, related but unrelated, according to Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger, that President T. Now, there was concern that President T might issue an executive order on college football and college athletics. But now it is believed that President T instead will create a commission on college sports. A commission, a group of people to talk about another group of people who are doing things strangely, oddly, perhaps immorally, certainly in a broken system where many things are out of control. But according to Ross's report, the commission is expected to deeply examine the unwieldy landscape of college sports, including the frequency of player movement in the transfer portal, unregulated booster compensation paid to athletes, the debate of college athlete employment, the application of Title IX to school revenue share payments, and even conference membership makeup and conference television contracts.
All right. Now all that is not surprising. Like, not all of that.
It's basically all the big issues.
Yeah,
it's
the
like,
first parts
hey, here's all the big issues, line them up and throw them against the wall.
Yeah, the first bits are not surprising, given that seems to be the biggest, hugabaloo right now in college athletics is players and player compensation and NIL and unlimited transfers and eligibility, all those things. That stuff, not surprised that they're trying to get involved. I did not expect for the government to get involved in conferences.
Yeah.
Bring back the Big 8 crews. Give us our old conferences.
Then assigning each place to what conference. Like, nope, you have to go back to the Big 10.
Can you imagine that? If we got an executive order from Prez T that said Nebraska and Oklahoma were back in the Big 8 and had to play on Black Friday again?
Folks, listen. I missed the Big 12. I want the Big 12 back.
I remember the Big 12 when it was the old version of the Big 12.
If there's a group of people in this world who still remember the halcyon days of the Southwestern Conference and the Big 8, it would be people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi.
Because they're old?
Because they're old.
Chuck Grassley?
Chuck Grassley.
Remember when it was the Big 6 conference?
I think we should bring back leather helmets.
Nice. Well, he definitely remembers that. Orrin Hatch. He's not a.
You want to put something on the list?
Oh,
we need
get
something
the eggs.
on the list.
Get the Werthers.
Get the Werthers.
Get the Werthers out. But here's something for the list.
Okay.
Because it sounds like the motivation for the president to want to do something came recently at a commencement. He was at a commencement, some speaking engagement.
President T was the commencement speaker at Alabama.
At Alabama.
He met up with old Nicky S. Nick Saban, Nick.
How long did that speech take?
I don't know. Go look it up on YouTube.
Just like we had the Warren Commission.
Okay.
which investigated the assassination of President Kennedy.
Wonder
which
what
was
happened.
not
Wonder
done
what happened
by
there.
a drunk motorcycle cop.
What about hungover though, John?
He was not hungover either. This presidential commission will be named the Saban Commission.
Oh, all right.
Nick Saban is going to be on this committee, I predict. It will be named for him as the figurehead of college athletics.
All right, it's on the list.
Put it on the list.
Consider it listed.
Now, listen, this is better than an executive order, which who knows what that could even entail. I saw the attorneys going on and on about, well, this isn't going to work and this can't work. I like this idea better than that because at least it would get people talking and maybe some kind of findings. Now, would it fix anything? Unlikely.
Hell no.
Unlikely. But
that said, if I want to hear some takes on the conferences and what's going on with the league.
Oh, I do too.
I'm genuinely curious and a little frightened about what we could learn there.
Something that is kind of sticking out to me and putting little alarm bells in my head.
Uh-oh.
Title IX was mentioned in that, and I know stick to sports, but this doesn't seem like the group of people leading the country that would care about Title IX.
Nick, there's a lot of people that believe that Title IX is going to end, and that this administration is going to end Title IX. So you are not the only person with alarm bells going off.
Just doesn't feel right.
Well,
you want another prediction for the list?
Am I getting another list? I already closed the doc.
Get the other Werthers, the ones that were kind of in the bottom of the purse for you don't know how long, but they're there.
All right, here we go. Reopening the list.
Title IX is not ending.
Title IX is not. Well, that's a long-term list item.
I
can't have that one. Well, I mean,
it's not ending. Fine. You put it on a long-term list. Put it on a long-term.
I don't have a long-term list. That's more of a bit than anything.
I'm sure you'll all remember it anyway.
Remember the secret list?
I do remember
the day that the Title IX statue falls, and they pull it down, and there's the what was the banner?
Saddam Hussein.
President
Mission
Bush?
accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Yeah. When that happens, you can make fun of me.
Okay.
So related to this,
are we finally doing the letter?
Yes.
All right.
So this was on Football Scoop over the weekend. And it was, according to Football Scoop.
According to, thank you. That's a great, I was going to say purported by Football Scoop to be.
According to Football Scoop, a highly successful college coach shared this open letter with Football Scoop written by one of the coach's players. Okay, so we don't know who the coach is, we don't know who the player is.
Correct.
But it is an open letter to football. And I will read.
Are you reading the whole letter?
I'll try to skim.
Because it's fairly long.
It's fairly long. I'll try to skim.
Okay.
Dear football, this is how the game is being destroyed. This is how young people will fail to learn the gifts that the game was meant to teach them. Football, we're speaking to football as if it were a person. You had the ability to take 100 young individuals from completely different backgrounds and unite them to work together as one team, to let them experience the magic of how a common love for you strengthens each one's abilities exponentially when they work together. You gave them the chance to see how each and every team member is valuable, that no one person is more important or can win a national championship by themselves. You taught them that they need the sacrifice and the support of their teammates and that they need to sacrifice and support as well. Skipping ahead. Sorry, football. The portal and NIL has changed all that. It has taken the focus off of you and the team and has put the focus on individuals and their own personal gain. Young players who came to school for the love of the game, the school's program, and to pursue an education are being seduced and distracted by the lure of money and fame. These young men are being exploited by big money schools and programs, often just to pad their rosters. Their focus is turned by these sales pitches away from the team and the program that invested in them and helped develop their skills and character and placed it on the monetization of their abilities. They are being hounded by slick agents who operate with no rules, guardrails, or scruples. These young men have less protection than the adult NFL players. They're being encouraged to jump ship from their teammates to make quick money, leaving a path of destruction in our wake. Skipping ahead. Football, I am worried for our players that this exploitation is at the cost of mental health and future careers, whether in football or more likely, whatever they pursue in their education, if they are able to finish. Many players are unable to attend college because of football scholarship money. When they transfer and lose credits, their academic years will likely extend beyond their football eligibility. They will not be able to afford to finish. The contradiction of the portal is that while it might give the young athletes more options now, is it limiting their options for the future? Football, I am worried for the future of young athletes. I'm worried for the smaller programs that are suffering because of the portal. The smaller universities have always given opportunity to players who have been overlooked by the big schools, players that have proven to have just as much potential and talent as players in the bigger programs, but who have benefited from being mentored, invested in, and taught what it means to be loved in a football family. I'm going to skip ahead. Football, the college game should be about developing young athletes to be men of character, men who know and have experienced the value of hard work, dedication, humility, and the love good coaches and teammates share. Men who value the joy and satisfaction of being part of something bigger than themselves. Football, for years, you've been an incredible force into turning boys into men. I pray that you can still do that for future generations, but change must happen for you to succeed. End of letter. Now, I did skip a little bit there, but that's the basic gist.
That's the gist, I would say. Yeah, for sure.
That's the basic gist of the letter. And again, this was purportedly written by a football player at a school that is being coached by, according to Football Scoop, a highly successful college coach. And it was shared anonymously as an open letter to football.
I don't buy this. I don't think that this is real. For a variety of reasons.
Well, the words were certainly written. What do you mean by not real?
I don't think that a player wrote this. Charles said, and this was the part that got my alarm bells going when I read this on Monday, when has Scruples ever been involved in big-time college football? My question would be, when has an 18 to 22-year-old ever used the word scruples?
That's a great question.
The only person in my life that says scruples is John. I don't ever hear anybody who is younger than me say scruples. I read this whole thing, and I think that it is full of crap. I think that this is not that it's full of crap in terms of the concerns.
And the message.
I think that a coach wrote this. I do not think a player wrote this letter. It doesn't sound like a young person whatsoever. How does the 18 to 22-year-old know about what college football has stood for? You know, they barely have ever played the sport of college football. This seems like someone who's been in the sport for a long time and feels very, very jaded. Very, very jaded about what the sport has become. And look, if the debate is, should they feel jaded? Like that's a great discussion, and I'm happy to have it. I just, from like John, I'd say paragraph 1, my alarm bells were like, yeah, something's going on here. And then, I kept going and the word scruples is used. And, Scruples. That was when I really started doubting it.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. It's such a weird letter.
It is. I don't disagree, only in that, and it's not that there aren't conscientious, bigger picture thinking young people that are currently in the college game. I mean, after all, we've got some old ass dudes playing college football.
Fair, that's a great point.
We got guys in their mid-20s who had a little bit more life experience.
Get a job
than the 18, 19, or 20-year-old. So I'm not here to say that somebody inside of college football couldn't have written this, but this is why I think it wasn't written by a college athlete, because I think if there was that whatever old age athlete that did this, if they felt this strongly about it, they would have put their name on it. Even today, where a lot of people like to speak anonymously, if someone really wants to speak out, if someone is really, really, really passionate about something that they love, and listen, nothing that was written in here is going to divide a locker room, in my opinion. Nothing in here is going to have teammates, posting it up on their locker room door saying, "Why are you outing us, bro?" Because most of these guys Hey, yeah, sure. Are they cashing in on the NIL opportunities? Absolutely. Are they making money off of this that people in previous generations never got before, at least legally above the board? Of course it's happening. But this is not a message to the rest of the locker room. This is not a message saying, hey, my quarterback's a greedy SOB and he's dividing the football team. No, he's talking about the game itself.
Correct.
And by talking about the game itself, he's talking about the people that are running the game. I would have bought this, obviously is real, if someone would have stuck their name on it. If a college athlete is this motivated to write this eloquently about the sport, why would he do it anonymously? I think he would want to do it to make a statement.
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, and certainly your context clues about the way it was written and everything else are very valid.
Yeah,
but the thing that told me even before I started reading it
was that it was anonymous.
Was that it was like, wait a minute. If someone truly believes this passionately about this, because there's nothing in here that says we need to get rid of the portal, we need to get rid of NIL. It's just that the way that the operation is allowed to be run is taking the focus off the game and made people more individualistic rather than team goal oriented. But nothing in here says we need to get rid of the portal. We need to get rid of NIL. We need to stop being paid. There's nothing in here that says that. I know I skipped a little bit, but there's nothing in there that says that.
Yeah, and maybe this was also me just reading into it a little too much by the end of it. But even the way after the words finished from that Football Scoop finished the link, if you will, the story, they had 2 sentences. Powerful words and thoughts from this young man. The floor is open. Let us hear your feedback in the comments below. Like it seemed like this was one of those things that they were hoping would be like, wow, can you believe? Look at this powerful statement. It has 4 comments on it. It's like, I think they were hoping for like a crazy sound off in the chat. And no, I don't know.
And to me, that's
awkward.
To me, it's sad because I do think there's a lot of validity to what's being written here. There is. Now, there's other issues involved in this as well that drive all of these things. But there is validity in this.
Again, yeah, if you want to have the discussion about are the words true, or if
you can.
See, like, I think a coach wrote this, and I wish that it would have just said an anonymous coach, because that is different, right? I understand why a coach would want these types of comments to remain anonymous, especially if they still are if they're in a way going to be a hypocrite and remain inside of the sport, If they want to keep coaching, even though they're frustrated by what it's become and they want to put their own words on it, but maybe not their name, okay, I understand why they would want to remain anonymous, but not so, like you said, John, not so much a player.
I would be willing to subscribe cautiously to the use of AI.
That's what a lot of people are saying in the chat right now.
A lot of kids are just using AI from everything from like spell check to composing stuff like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
And
I guess to me, it leads to the bigger question, because in all the voices and all the talking that's happened around college athletics, now we got Washington involved, for crying out loud. The voice that's said nothing are the athletes.
Correct. Isn't that interesting? That like
the voice that has said nothing are the athletes.
Yeah, no, because I understand it. If we're going to have this commission on things, the Saban commission, as you've penned it, we're going to have that, and they're going to hear from coaches and administrators and conferences, and they're going to look into all that. There does need to be a voice or voices from the players themselves. I mean, I know we joke about it. What's the most important voice of all?
Yours.
In the sport, it's theirs.
Right.
This is their sport. And they're not there for very long, right? Upwards of 5 years, 6 or 7, I guess, in the COVID era, and maybe unlimited at a certain point in time. But when they do stuff in pro leagues, they sit down and the players are there at the bargaining table. Sad Husker fan says, does the author really matter? Yes, it does. You can't purport to have a story from a player if it's not actually a player, because then you're just full of crap and you're looking to push your agenda. Because I think that's what it is.
This kid could be a third-team offensive tackle at Clemson. I don't care necessarily who the player is.
No, certainly, I care if it is a player.
I care if it is a player.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Not who it is, but are they actually a player themselves?
Right. Now, would it have a little more weight if this were Dylan Raiola who wrote this? Of course it would, because he's more of a name athlete. But at this point, I don't care. And this is why, and we've had this conversation many times, but this is one of the reasons why a lot of folks have talked about needing a union. I don't think the athletes want a union.
Well, yeah, didn't we discuss that a couple weeks ago? Like they would lose one of the benefits that they have right now, and that is like there is no salary cap, and they can push the price of themselves up higher and higher. Negotiating between schools and schools. Exactly. Like it's good for them to get to do that.
I don't think. I mean, all this talk of hey, if we're going to straighten this out, we're going to need a collective bargaining agency so they can get to the table and they can work with the schools. I don't think there's any motivation, any serious motivation to actually unionize the players. And I would also make this point. I don't know if there's a whole lot of benefit to it today in this moment, the way things are going. Because right now, it is as free ass a market as you can get. The money is just only going up. Now, we'll see what happens in another year, maybe two, once some people think the bottom falls out and there's not going to be as much, the $40 million rosters of this year won't be $40 million rosters in the future. I'm skeptical that that's actually going to be the case. Normally, when you see salaries going up like this in a business like football where the revenues keep going up, you don't see the salaries start to come down. Correct. So I'm skeptical that those numbers are coming down, but many people believe that, hey, this is unsustainable. And, what we're hearing this year about $40 million football rosters and $10 million basketball rosters, that's not going to continue. I disagree. I think it may not go up as dramatically, but I think it's going to it's established a baseline, and now it's just going to kind of creep up from there.
Yeah.
As long as that continues, assuming that continues, there's no motivation for the players to unionize because the market is wide open and the salaries are exorbitant and have gone up exponentially since we started this whole process, 3, 4, 5 years ago to begin with.
Yeah, you can make an argument that actually the people who should be pushing to unionize should be the institutions themselves.
Yes.
Which is funny because
so they can
normally
actually sit down at the table, set parameters, and do so where they aren't going to have reprisal in the courts.
Correct. Normally, it's the labor that pushes for the unionization, but in a way, college athletics should be the opposite because I think it would bring about things that the powers that be want, in my opinion, for college sports.
402-951-1620. We've got another great zone deal, and it's for Backlot Pizza and Kitchen. It's located in Elkhorn, 204th and Q.
Nice.
Detroit-style pizza. They got smash burgers, great appetizers, a tremendous cocktail menu, and their Sunday brunch where kids eat free and you can make $50 appear in your pocket by listening to Gary and Matt in the morning. $50 worth of gift certificates to Backlot Pizza and Kitchen, or just go to 1620thezone.com starting Friday morning at 9. It's the zone deal. Get those $50 worth of gift certificates to Backlot Pizza and Kitchen for only $25. Again, that's Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com. Steve, congratulations. You deserve to throw me a thumbs down. A successful non-injury gas
Nice. Good work, Steve.
Good job, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Again, rivalries. It's good to throw the thumbs down. You
Real quick.
successfully gas mode. I did not. I deserve to be mocked. If I would have successfully gas mode, I could throw a thumbs down to you, but I didn't.
So Nebraska did thumbs down when they won. They didn't do thumbs up.
Well, again, this was the picture that was taken on April 15th.
Yeah.
And there's a few thumbs up in there. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a few thumbs down in the middle.
Why would you do thumbs down? You won.
I don't know.
It's like, why would you?
I don't know. They're kids.
John, it's like this. Why would you score a touchdown at your home stadium and shush the crowd? That would be a weird thing to do.
That would be weird.
That'd be really weird and definitely not befitting of a future All-American.
True.
Yeah.
Which he wasn't, so I guess I was right.
So Creighton responded, and they did
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
And all I'm saying is that's good. It's good.
I
like
love rivalries. Rivalries are great.
I love rivalries. You know what I don't love? The one time I'm actually paying attention somewhat
to the NBA?
To the NBA playoffs.
NBA.
They save all the good stuff for when I'm not watching.
What happened? What were you? Oh, that's right. You were calling a baseball game last night.
Oh,
baby.
Here it was, Nicholas.
Yep.
Gotta, again, get this basketball in. It's going to be a one-point game. You know you're going to get fouled. If you're your guys have got to do a much better job of getting open.
Misses. Halliburton, the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
Unbelievable.
Indiana, we have a new Reggie Miller.
Wow. Incredible comeback. Another 20-point comeback. And now the home team goes on the road and they're down 0-2. And the team that had the best record in the
number
Eastern,
one seed.
The best record in the East this season. Incredible. What a comeback by the Pacers.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good, Nick. Good take.
Thank you.
You know what we need now that Tyrese Halliburton's basically going to be the new age Reggie Miller?
Another Knicks win tonight to set up Pacers.
No, not another Knicks win.
It's like the 90s all over again.
But the Cavs, just like the Knicks were Reggie Miller's foil.
Oh, yeah.
Or vice versa. Halliburton now is the foil for Cleveland.
Yeah.
So who's gonna play the role of Spike Lee? Who's Halliburton going to shush? Is it going to be – do we need to get Drew Carey courtside for the Cavs games, the representative of Cleveland?
Who is the most famous person from Cleveland?
I think it's Drew Carey.
Beyond LeBron James.
I think it's Drew Carey.
And he's from Akron. Yeah, I think you might be right, John. It probably
I think
is
it's Drew Carey. We get Drew Carey at courtside, and then he can shush him or throw up the choke sign.
Yep.
Drew Carey, Halle Berry, or Kid Cudi.
Halle Berry?
Apparently.
Wow, shout out to Cleveland, apparently.
Yeah, as a guy, you don't want to be throwing up choke signs to a woman. That's not
problematic, John.
That's
good
not
call.
good. That's
Tracy
not good.
Chapman, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Bob Hope.
I mean, come on, Drew Carey.
Drew Carey, yeah. He owes the Price is Right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ever since his dad got in Giannis's face, Halliburton's become, Superman. They need to keep old man Halliburton away from all of these games.
Yeah, seriously. This is wild, man.
His kid does better without him.
This is to do what they did first game, the whole rest versus rust conversation, right? Cavs had ripped through the Heat, and then they had to take a step up in competition. And then this game to unfold like it did in a very surprising way, just like the Thunder lost to the Nuggets a couple nights ago, where they're just kind of dominating, able to stiff arm throughout much of the night. And then it's just like chips away. And for that to unfold like it did, it's so funny when you press play on that, John, because the announcers are talking about what to do once they make the free throw. Like, all right, here's what you're going to have to do. And instead, all that gets thrown out the window, and he does everything. He misses.
He does everything. He gets
rebounds.
a rebound.
And then
he
John,
doesn't pass the ball. He dribbles out of traffic. He goes to the top of the key and says, fine.
I'll shoot. It's like playing one-on-one where when you got the rebound off of a miss of your opponent, you had to take it back beyond the three before you could attempt to shoot. And he's like, oh, I guess I'll take this shot and win the game for us in regulation. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Halliburton did not mock Drew Carey a la Reggie Miller and Spike Lee, but he did throw in homage to Cleveland in Cleveland when he did the big balls gesture.
Oh, yeah.
From Major League 2, which of course.
Oh, is that what you thought he was doing? I thought he was Sam Cassell. I mean, people love talking about the size of their testicles.
Right.
Yeah.
But
maybe it was a Major League reference. That'd be awesome.
It could be both.
It could be both, yeah.
Honestly, Sam Cassell probably got it from Major League.
Sam Cassell's the first person that I always think of.
Right.
He was hopping around the court. Yeah, a lot. Oh, man.
I bet he got it from Major League 2. But
that was tight.
By the way, that's an obscene gesture, so he's probably going to get fined.
Oh, wow. You can't do horns down, and you can't show off your balls.
Or finger guns.
Or a thumbs down in a photo after a baseball game.
Or a grenade, or is that okay? Was the grenade okay?
Grenade was fine.
The grenade was fine, apparently.
Joe writes, can I nominate Logan Paul to be the Cleveland delegate to boo and throw the choke sign at?
Well, that's
yes.
Yeah, Nick, we're trying to talk trash to him.
Yeah, I just don't want him to be nominated for anything. I want
It's
him to
too
not
late.
be a part of culture.
He's everywhere, and you're not getting rid of him.
I want to throw eggs at him.
Well,
this is the equivalent of throwing eggs.
Get in line.
Yeah.
Get in line.
Mm-hmm. And the Warriors go on the road. We don't have any highlights of that game.
No.
But they lose Steph. And if Steph needs any advice on how to deal with a hamstring injury, I'm here. I had to run Boston with a hamstring injury. Steph.
Yeah, you could sandbag like Josh did. He was telling us,
sandbag.
He was sandbagging us. I think you were sandbagging.
No,
you were trying to get our sympathy, and then we'd be impressed by your running.
I'll reach out to him.
Us.
I'll be happy to talk to him about what it's like to deal with something mentally. It's very tough. It's very tough on a person when you've been looking forward to me, the Boston Marathon, him, the NBA playoffs for a long time.
Someone needs to check though,
and they still won.
Someone needs to check with Mr. Curry because how
Curry
is a guy who has made a living running around like a scalded dog all around the court to get open for shots?
Yeah.
How is this the first time he has ever strained a muscle in his career?
John, you could say the same thing about me back in February when I also strained my hamstring.
Before you ran the Boston Marathon.
I had somebody say to me last week, like, yeah, I've always been amazed at how durable you've always been. And I'm like, but I'm not anymore. And so sometimes it just happens, John.
I had somebody say to me the other day, I've always been amazed by how durable
you
are.
Like,
I said, thank you very much.
I swear to God, this person
I'm
came
the
up
most
to
durable
me.
man.
There were no tears in his eyes, but he did say, like, yeah, you've been really durable. And I'm like, yeah, not anymore, apparently.
I've been so durable.
John, I mean, he is 37. He's getting close to 40. He's crossing over that threshold that, you start getting to and you get hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Jordan says, I muttered slurs to fight through the pain. No slurs were said by me. None.
No, what he did was he gestured to his hamstrings and said, look at these hamstrings. Look at these hams.
I like that. That's good, John. That's good.
All right. Tonight we've got Boston and New York game 2.
Oh, speaking of slurs.
Bing bong.
And Denver, Oklahoma City game 2.
John, when we return.
Yeah.
It may be a sports flash. Maybe.
Oh.
But I am about to rip on some Nebraska fans who annoyed the crap out of me, I don't know, 2 to 3 months ago. Just annoyed me to no end because of some news that we just got. Yes, that is very much me. I am what I am. But I'm going to rip on some people for something that they used as a reason to do something or maybe not do something. I'll explain.
That Dumb Debates happy hour, 1620 The Zone. The drive has begun. Be safe out there, and we return in just a moment. And speaking of thinking of your fellow man by being safe out there, being an organ and tissue donor is the ultimate pay it forward. If you have already checked your donor registry box in the back of your driver's hunting or fishing license, we thank you. If not, let me throw out a pitch here for being an organ and tissue donor. Did you know that one healthy donor can save up to 8 lives through harvesting of healthy organs? Or even if it's not organs, tissue donation. Tissue donors can impact countless, dozens of lives, like bone and skin grafts for those who have been through traumatic accidents or cancer patients who need reconstructive surgery after their life-saving cancer treatment. There's tendons that can be reharvested and used for those who have been affected by sports injuries, or donated corneas can give the gift of sight. And do not think that you can't be a donor just because maybe you're not in shape, maybe your health is poor, maybe you think you're too old. No, nobody is too old. We've had successful donors into their 90s be able to donate healthy organs and tissues. So find out more by visiting goodguysavelives.com. Being an organ and tissue donor does not cost your family anything after you're gone, and most traditional funeral practices are still possible after a successful donation. So give the gift of a life and be an organ and tissue donor today. Check that box next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license, or visit goodguysavelives.com. So Josh is going to trigger Husker fans. Are you jealous of Connor now that he has become the mantle bearer for making Husker fans angry?
Yes, back in 2021, I was Radio Dirk. People hated me. I was responding to tweets all night long, ruining my night.
You got to stop living in the past, Josh.
I do. Now I just go home and read a book and watch Andor episodes.
Yeah, nerd.
Yeah, it's good stuff, though. Oh, my gosh, the new episodes were so good.
All right, so what are you going to do? What are you going to do to alienate more Husker fans from this program?
Well, John, did you know Nebraska canceled the series against Tennessee? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
They're not going to play the Vols. I had vacation plans. I was going to go and meet up with Peyton, and we were going to have some fun with the Mannings. We were going to watch the game together, and it was going to be a lot of fun, and he was going to do the whole Omaha bit. They're not playing Tennessee?
So they're not playing them. Now, the reasons why are a bit fuzzy.
Sounds a little soft.
Dannon says they need money. Matt Rule says they want easy wins. But one of the things that we heard from many Husker fans, was,
well, if the SEC is only going to play 8 conference games and then 1 non-conference game, then I guess we're playing the same amount of Power 5 games, so it makes all the sense to me.
And I kept saying, yeah, but what are you going to say when the SEC bumps it up to 9 conference games?
And they said, oh, how do you know that they're actually going to do that?
Reporting from Seth Emerson and Andrew Marchand of The Athletic. ESPN open to paying SEC more to add 9th conference game to the football schedule. Reading from the story, ESPN has indicated willingness to increase its payment to the SEC if the conference adds a 9th game to its league football schedule. Sources briefed on the matter told The Athletic. There's no formal offer yet, those sources added, and the exact amount of increase is unclear. But the sources said the additional money would likely be in the range to $50 to $80 million annually on top of the current deal, in which ESPN pays the conference $811 million per year to broadcast its sporting events. Both ESPN and SEC declined to comment. Just a tiny bit more. A change in ESPN's stance doesn't mean the SEC will definitely move to playing 9 conference games. Now the main hurdle to expanding the league schedule may be the future CFP format, which isn't likely to be determined until at least June. That makes it less likely, though not impossible, that the SEC makes a decision on a schedule format at its spring meetings later this month in Destin, Florida. And this season is locked in. This year, last year, were always going to be 8 conference games.
Sure.
And then the hope was 2026 would be when they could move into the 9th conference game per year realm. So that is
by the way,
latest.
So you're saying that the contract could increase between $50 and $80 million?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Correct.
So I split the difference. I just said, let's go $65 million.
Okay.
That would net
divided by 16.
An additional $4 million per team. Now, of course, they'd take some out because the conference gets it. But it would get it above $3 million a game. Per just by adding one more conference game. That would be an extra $3 million a year per SEC school based on the distribution. It's time for yet another list item.
Oh, wow. It's been a list day.
Before the end of this calendar year, the SEC will announce that they are moving to a 9-game conference schedule. I'm not saying it will start next season, but they will announce this year, at some time in this calendar year, their plans to create a 9-game conference football schedule. Put it on the list.
For the end of 2025, the SEC will announce a 9-game conference schedule. John, I would like to retweet this list item. I will add it for myself. I'll just say ditto for mine.
It is going
for me.
To
can
happen.
You put samesies?
Wow, we're all in agreement on this happening. Yeah, this, like, not to be a jerk, but I mean, this was always going to happen. This was always going to happen, that they were going to do this because they need to. And John, there's a part of me that wonders, after the Big Ten report came out and how much money they're making, like this is one of the ways. How does the Big Ten make as much money as they do? Well, one of the reasons why is they do have 9 conference games.
It's part of the reason why their television contract is worth a little more than the SEC's is because they do have that extra week. Dwayne "The Rock" Hudson says, I know riling up Husker fans gets listeners, but taking a shot at Nebraska fans for this is dumb.
Just specific Nebraska fans, not all of them. The annoying ones is who I'm going after here.
Who are the annoying ones?
The ones who said,
but the SEC only plays 8.
When it was obvious that this is where the sport was moving. Also, just anyone who is soft and doesn't want to play cool non-conference games is, I just don't like that mindset.
I don't either.
I don't like that mindset. Back in my day, we played tough games.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I played third base and could throw it to first.
We weren't a bunch of wimps.
Yeah, with our hamstring injuries. Jordan, those Husker fans will move the goalpost to say, well, the ACC only plays 8 games. Yes, that is the conference that the Big Ten definitely wants to compare itself against.
Well, the Pac-12 only plays.
The Pac-12 only plays 2.
Exactly.
They do a home and home with Oregon State and Washington State. That poor league. That poor league.
Man, I mean, if the SEC does that, all the talking points are gone out the window.
That's true.
Because so many people have pointed back and said, oh, the SEC, they only play 8. But, man, if they take that off the table, what are we going to have to complain about next?
They'll find something. I know they will.
You think so?
Oh, of course. Of course they will.
People love to bitch about things.
Yes, they do, Nick.
Yeah, that's
yes,
true, Nick.
They do.
That's true.
All right, well.
That's what we got going on.
Yep. I think it's going to happen, and we'll be done with it, and the world will be a better place.
The world will be a better
Wow,
place.
put that on the list.
John says the world will be
9
fixed.
SEC conference games, the world will be a better place.
How do you figure out world hunger and world peace? This fixes everything.
I'm just glad that the poor SEC is finally, trying to get the scruples up.
Nice. Says their 19-year-old college freshman.
To try
What
to
if the
really
SEC
put their
announced
name out
as
there.
part of the 9th conference game, they were going to donate a part of the increase in the contract towards ending world hunger?
That would be tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
Do you think every SEC school could pool together enough money to actually solve world hunger and still be okay?
World hunger?
Yeah.
No.
Damn.
How much money do you need to solve world hunger? I'm sure that's a Googleable item.
I think Elon Musk said something about it once, and then someone's like, okay, do it. And he's like, nah.
Wow, that's tough. You need around, only $23 billion.
Oh, yeah, they could do that.
That doesn't seem like that much money.
Solve world hunger.
Well, I mean, the SEC, Nick, they're only making $900 million a year. So it would take them like 23 years.
Yeah.
So, no, they can't solve it, but $23 billion?
That is a lot.
Bill Gates has that in his couch.
Yeah.
Why aren't they solving world hunger? What's going on? I thought these billionaires were on the up and up. What the hell? Hey, Warren, you're not working anymore. He has like 140.
He did retire.
Yeah.
He is retiring.
He's got 140. If I had $140 and Nick said, Josh, I need 20 to survive, I'd say, here's 20.
I like I had to put in the qualifier. To survive.
Well, that's what this is. I'm solving Nick hunger.
He's not just giving it to you so you can go blow it on whatever stupid
concert
game.
T-shirt.
But I need that concert.
Yeah,
and that would only pay for 40% of a concert T-shirt.
I need
that's
shirts,
true.
Josh.
And another jersey and another
What do you
hat.
mean you need shirts? You just got a free jersey.
I did get a
from
free
a
jersey.
stranger.
Thank you,
unreal.
listener Robert.
The scruples of Robert to give you that jersey, Nick.
I appreciate you, Robert.
Wow.
Go, Paul.
You know how many people? You know how many people he could have fed with that one jersey? Sally Struthers can tell you on the next commercial. All right, when we come back,
what do we
it
got?
is time for Dumb Debates.
Oh,
awesome!
Your chance to get involved in the Grum and submit us the topics for Dumb Debates. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox, or tweet them at us and use that hashtag Dumb Debates. It's the Wednesday tradition. It's Dumb Debates next on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen, listen not to we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Welcome to Dumb Debates, where you take over the grum by sending us all of your questions. These are the debates that happen over the kitchen table. They happen at the office. They happen at the bar. They happen online.
At the ballpark. While you're
at the
watching a
ballpark.
game.
Wow.
While someone's throwing you the thumbs down sign.
Oh, man.
They happen anywhere. Well, this is your opportunity to bring it to
Yours.
our forum and allow us to debate them dumbly. And you can do so by sending it to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Please use the hashtag dumbdebates or the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. Before we get to dumb debates, David points out.
Hello, David.
A couple days ago in the
Hello,
crossover,
Dave.
we talked about how, what if a school decided to just offer a basketball coach $1 trillion
yes
to win the national championship?
Hoiberg's trillions.
But they didn't pay any salary.
Yes.
They just said, okay, you win the national title, you get $1 trillion. As David points out, Fred Hoiberg could solve world hunger with his super team.
He could.
He could. It's
He
only
could do
$23 billion. Speaking of money, John, and speaking of winning money, Jeff asks, if a friend loans you $200, you gamble that $200 and you win $2 million, how much of your winnings are you paying your friend? Or are you just paying back the $200? Let's like simplify this a little bit. You buy a lotto ticket, and for some reason, lottery tickets are $200 now, and you win $2 million. What you doing with that friend who loaned you that $200?
Well,
would you split it halvesies?
How good of a friend is this?
This is your closest friend.
I'll
Nick.
give him half.
Well, give him half straight up.
Usually when it comes to something like this, you've already made some kind of a deal, right?
Maybe.
I guess you don't.
You're at a casino, you're out of cash, but you don't want to go to the ATM,
Unless
right?
you lie to your friend, you're like, I need $200 for food, man, just to get me through the rest of the month. And then you gamble it.
Nice. No, but like you're at a casino. That's how I'm going to view this. You're at a casino and you're like, God, I want to bet, but I don't want to go to the ATM because it's going to jack me. It's going to take however much of a cut. Could I borrow some money? And they're like, yeah, here's $200. And then how many times more is 2 million? That's many more times. Was that 1,000 more times than
many more times?
It's many more times.
It's many more times.
If it was my closest friend, I feel like I would owe them half. I'd say you get half of this money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, what if it's John, Nick?
Well, I ain't loaning you $200.
Well, definitely not. John would loan you $2.
Even though I entrusted my engagement ring to be delivered by you, John.
Wow, you guys are almost best friends, I think.
Yeah.
You didn't even tell me you were getting engaged.
I didn't.
Meanwhile,
tell John.
old man Grandpa John knew.
I didn't tell John.
I didn't even tell you
He
that
had
I went to
two
the
working
gumball machine
wrists.
and I got an identical one, and I just kept the real one and gave you the gumball version. I didn't do
Nice.
that.
And then he sold it for $200.
That's a very specific gumball ring.
Mhm.
It looks exactly like the one I ordered.
Mm.
Sure. I mean, there would definitely be more to it than just paying back the $200. Absolutely.
Definitely.
And if it was a big jackpot like that, yeah, I would probably look at half.
Yeah. Halvesies.
Is that rising tides lift all ships?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say all boats. I hear some people say lift all ships, though.
A
I'm
boat
an all
is just
boats
a
guy.
tiny ship.
Is it really? Is a boat a tiny ship?
Oh. I think so.
John, is a
Yeah.
boat a tiny ship?
Of course it is.
Okay, there you go.
Of course it is.
But then
Yeah,
a spaceship
I would think
is a
I
boat.
would definitely I would probably go halvesies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems right.
This came in today in regards to the Dallas Cowboys trade
Oh, God.
from Negative Split Swimming.
Oh.
Now, if only Jerry was traded for the Rooney family, the Cowboys would be Super Bowl favorites. Hey, that's a dumb debates topic. Which owners in professional sports would be a great trade option to make a team better? So now we're trading owners.
So you're trading, and I can get any owner I want?
Yeah, but it's got to be an equitable trade. I mean, ain't no one. Now,
See, but that's
I
the
suppose,
thing.
I suppose a poor franchise, the Bengals, I could see the Bengals trading to get Jarrah because Jarrah's got a lot of money now. He never
No,
spends
I
it.
don't want Mr. Brown. That guy sucks. That guy's worse than Jerry. That guy's cheaper than Jerry.
He's been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so is Jerry. He's been to 3 of them. It's just been many
So
years.
long ago
See-
that Nick doesn't even remember them because he
don't.
wasn't alive.
Nick was high. He doesn't remember anything.
Wasn't even born.
Yeah, and you're still probably drugged up.
See, I don't know how to make this equitable though, because no one wants to trade anybody for the Monforts. Stay in the Rockies.
Oh, yeah.
No.
See, but
no one wants
so
them on for
can I trade Jerry? I mean, Jerry brings in so much money, though, John. So does like that. There's some value
Well,
there.
Jerry doesn't bring in the money. The Cowboy brand.
I'm
brings
trading
in the
him
money.
for Hugh Laurie. Sorry, Hugh, you're leaving Philly and you're coming to Dallas and you're bringing your GM with you. Let's go.
Hugh Laurie?
I mean,
Hugh.
Oh, Dr.
if-
House?
If they were to do that just to tank the Cowboys, I would be for that.
That would be the worst moment of my life if they somehow failed in Dallas. I don't know who's an equitable one because Jerry is he's kind of a tire fire in some ways, but he's also
Right.
he's a good owner in terms of what he is supposed to do beyond on the field. He does what he's supposed to do. So like there is value. Like that's like would they trade him, for Jacksonville's owner? Yeah, like he seems like less of an idiot. But that's because he doesn't meddle. But the franchise also sucks. Who's a guy who doesn't meddle and their franchise is good? Most of them.
Stanley Kroenke.
Stanley Kroenke. That's a good one. He's a good
My owner.
Yeah, he's a
Do
good
you
owner.
think the Monfort and John Fisher would be an equitable trade?
I don't see. You're just saying names now. Pretend people.
John, do you think that would be equitable?
Oh my God. The owner of the A's for the owner of the Rock. That would actually be funny.
Uh-huh.
That would actually be funny.
See, the A's don't suck. Their ownership just sucks. But the Rockies, the ownership and the team suck.
That's true. I'd be for that. By the way, did you know this is not an insane concept? It's happened before.
What?
1972. The owner of the Baltimore Colts, Carol Rosenblum, traded the entire franchise to Robert Irsay for the Los Angeles Rams.
Whoa.
Oh, and then
The
Irsay, they
owners-
moved him, right? That's how it happened? That led to
No,
the move?
the move came a decade later,
Yeah.
but the owners literally swapped franchises. Rosenblum went from being the
Garden
Colts
hose.
owner to being the Rams owner, and Irsay went from being the Rams owner to the Colts owner, and then eventually he did move the team. But yes, this actually happened in 1972.
Wow.
Owners traded franchises.
That's wild.
Yeah, I can't imagine such a thing happening in today. There's just too much money involved. That'd be very strange.
Even the worst team is still too much money involved.
Even yes, Nick. In 2025, even the worst team is.
Fellas?
Oh, Nick has one.
I have one.
Okay.
So last week on Twitter, I don't know if this was on your version of Twitter, but I saw a lot of discourse about who would win one silverback gorilla versus 100 people?
Yeah, people wouldn't shut up.
I saw a
about
lot
this.
of this. Yes.
So this is a similar thing that I came across. For $100 million, which animal could you survive against for 20 minutes? You got a silverback gorilla. Maybe that's just a normal gorilla. I guess I don't know my gorillas.
I have no idea about gorillas.
A tiger, a grizzly bear, or a hippo?
Got to survive for 20 minutes?
Yep. For $100 million.
Isn't the best chance a bear? Because sometimes bears
Why?
are sleepy.
You think so?
Bears don't always...
Every animal sleeps.
I think the gorillas, you're game over. I think the tiger, it's game over. So it comes down to me, to the bear and the hippo.
Oh, you saw Tiger King. They can be cuddly.
I guess so. I mean, it is just a cat.
It is just a cat.
But I hate cats.
The question is,
what do
where are we?
do?
Where are we
Hippos are
fighting?
mean.
Where is this encounter happening?
Well, it has to be somewhere enclosed, I imagine, because you have to survive for 20 minutes.
See, are we fighting, or are you just trying to avoid?
You're just trying to survive.
Yeah,
You're just trying to live for 20
so if you
minutes.
Just sit there, still maybe they'll leave you alone for 20 minutes.
Just chill, listen to a podcast.
Oh.
Then the gorilla's like, I hate Bill Simmons.
I'm gonna go out listening to Simmons, aren't I?
Well, I am not going
Hey,
to pick
Russillo.
either. I'm not going to pick either the tiger or the
What
bear.
are you picking?
I'm not going to pick the tiger or the bear because their instinct would be they're going to eat me.
Yeah. So you're down to the hippo or the gorilla?
Hippos are sneaky mean.
Are they?
They will.
They're
mess
mean,
you
but
up.
that's why again I ask
they so triggered?
where is this event taking place? Because perhaps I could climb a tree and avoid the hippo for 20 minutes.
Imagine it'd
The
be
other
their
animals I
respective
could not
environment.
do that with because they could all scale the tree and come after me.
That's true. Yeah, if you can get in a tree, the hippo is not going to be able to do anything.
It's
with
all
you.
about avoidance. It's about avoiding because the animal is not aggressive.
Sure.
Or just avoiding to avoid.
Yeah, I suppose out of all of these, hippos are the one non-climbing animal here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
If you can get in a tree, then that's the winner. Katie says a better question would be who would win, a Gen Zer or 100 light bulbs?
Are they implying we don't know how to...
I think you're implying they don't know how to do anything. Nick, I think Gen Z is quickly becoming in the running for the woke generation. I think you guys need to be on your toes.
Right, but remember, there's a split in Gen Z. There's the before Gen Z, then the after Gen Z.
No,
right?
there's not. There
Yes,
is
there
a
is.
Gen Z. No, see, this is the reason why your generation sucks. No, there's no split in the generation. You
There
can't Jack
is.
Mitchell this. You can't Jack Mitchell this and say,
You can
well,
say they're
actually this. No,
they're-
you're either that generation or you're that
You're saying
generation
they're
based on the
you're saying
definition.
they're elder Gen Z and younger. Just
But
say it
there
that way.
are enough differences between us that it's essentially a completely different generation.
Nope,
it's like
sorry,
Gen
doesn't-
Z A and Gen Z B.
Nope, doesn't work that way, Nick.
Nope.
Sorry.
But it needs to.
Nope,
because
that's not
we're
how it
so
works.
fundamentally
No, it doesn't
different.
need to. You don't get to change the definition.
People in my age group, we grew up with flip phones and we saw all of this technology
Wow,
advance.
look at you. Flip phones.
We
Wow.
had
Flip phones.
I'm just saying we had these things.
Yeah?
You know, we were outside, still played outside.
Kids didn't play outside when you were growing up, Nick.
Yes,
you were
they
on your
did.
you're on your flip phone
Flip phones.
playing Snake.
Wish I
Rick
had snake.
writes,
Hello, Rick.
Rick's always good for a good dumb debate. He says, what should you do with greeting cards received as birthday cards? Display them on a table during and after the event for a couple of days? Then what? Store them? Throw them away? What is the proper etiquette as to not offend?
I keep that not offend. I mean, who's coming back to my house the next day? First of all, is what I would ask.
I mean, the
True.
next day, but like, what if later down the line? I've never known what to do with these because my dad keeps them for a while.
Yeah.
He'll just like display them.
I keep cards that like I get for my birthday. They just kind of sit on my desk for like a month and then I just throw them away.
Wow.
But I keep cards from important people in my life. Like my parents have written me some really nice cards over the years about important events.
Where do you keep them?
In my desk.
Okay.
I have all sorts of cards from my parents and from my wife.
I might start putting cards in shoe boxes.
Yeah.
In a shoe
So I
box.
keep those. Like I have some really, really like particular. I actually think I have every birthday card from my parents for the last like 10 years.
Oh.
I keep those.
Mhm.
But no offense to aunts and uncles, but at a certain point you got to toss it.
Mhm.
You know, it's like, and I definitely don't display it. That seems weird.
Yeah.
That seems like calling attention to yourself a bit.
Really?
Like if my friend came over for a college
Yeah.
football Saturday and he was like, what's up with all those birthday cards? I'd be like, but it was my
Yeah.
birthday yesterday. I don't know. I'm not a kid anymore, Nick.
This is why
I'm
I've
40.
never been a big greeting card person because
Oh, wow.
it's just a waste. Yeah, I mean, you're sending and I will say this.
It's the thought that counts.
I will say this about new technology.
Flip
the
phones?
Birthday text, the birthday call,
yeah,
the birthday DM, the birthday shout out on Twitter or social media. That's the same sentiment as the card.
Whoa, you think so?
And it didn't cost you a thing.
See, and I feel like
dumb debates. I would say that is not the same thing.
I think it is. It's a birthday greeting,
John. Cards
it's a
mean
birthday
more.
greeting.
Handwritten, John. You, who the lover of a
It
phone
doesn't
call,
need to be handwritten to be a greeting.
Somebody went out of their way, bought a card, wrote a message,
and then
in it
you
for you,
callously threw it away. You threw it away as trash.
Well, I displayed it, John. That's what I
You
do.
threw it away. Josh just threw it away. He said, "My aunts
After a
and
month.
uncles, they're not
After a
very
month.
important.
After a
I
month.
threw them away."
I got a card last week about the marathon from an aunt, and it is on my desk right now.
And so you
And,
throw it away.
Well, actually,
and
I might
how
keep
long
this.
from now will it be just callously thrown away?
Honestly, I might keep this one forever because it's a very specific moment in time card. It's the Boston Marathon. But yeah, when I turn 37 in a few months, I don't need to keep those cards for a while.
Which is why, again, I think the birthday text, the birthday DM, the birthday shout out on social media, it's better. Then you're not wasting you're not wasting paper. You libs and you want to save your trees.
Yeah, I figured
I'm saving your trees for you.
I figured you'd want more cards. John just buys every card. Kill more trees. Happy birthday.
Even the hyper specific ones.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Sorry about
Nope.
your root canal. Here's a card.
Funny story about greeting card. So I got one the other day from my aunt.
Was it about your wrist?
My aunt.
No.
But I opened it up, and on the front cover was like an angry cat looking over a birthday cake.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, interesting. Open the card, and it was to my sister for her birthday, which is this weekend. She had addressed the envelope to me, but sent the birthday card to my sister to me. So I informed my sister, be on the lookout for a get well soon card.
Nice. Happy birthday, Carla.
Happy birthday, Carla.
That's awesome.
So I thought that was pretty funny.
Peter writes, suppose the NCAA decides to put a cap on the number of teams in your conference at 15. That means
15?
Why
Why a weird number like that?
I don't know, John. 3 Big Ten teams have to go. You are in charge. Which 3 are you giving the boot?
Nebraska.
Nick, you monster.
So they can go to the Pac-12 and look better.
No, that sounds horrible.
Right.
Well, but then you also then you might want to. You're also going to get rid of USC and Washington and Oregon and
you have to,
UCLA because they are original Pac-12. But
I don't have to get rid of them. I got to decide.
We have to pick 3 teams, Nick.
I also think it'd be funny if Nebraska was in the Pac-12, but over here.
That would be very strange.
My 3.
Give it to me, John. Rutgers.
The Rutgers.
Easy. Look at that.
That is a pretty easy one.
Maryland.
Number 2.
Maryland.
Really?
Yeah.
Number 3.
Don't want those teams.
Northwestern.
Oh, suck on that, Wilbon.
The Ivy League
Bye-bye,
of the Midwest?
Wilbon. We're kicking you out. You don't kick Nebraska out. We kick you out. Bye-bye, Wilbon. Bye-bye. Take your little nerds with you. Take your little football facility on the shores of Lake Michigan. Ooh, look at the Lake Michigan. Isn't this cool? Bye-bye.
John, that's
You're
awesome.
moving to the valley.
That's a great pick, John. The first 2 are so obvious. Rutgers and Maryland are easy peasy to kick out. The third one is tougher. You know, some people in the chat are mentioning West Coast schools, Washington, UCLA.
They just got here.
Andy writes, yes, F Northwestern. See, many people are saying that.
What about Michigan State? Because there only needs to be one Michigan-based school.
Also, they're really problematic. They've had a lot of crimes over the years.
That's a sneaky good pick.
John, I'm going to give you one, and it might trigger one of our great former listeners who no longer listens anymore. But Greg, I'm sorry.
Purdue.
Bob, but it's fun to say Purdue.
I don't like watching games that are played at their stadium. I don't like watching games that are played in their arena. I don't like
what the hell's a Purdue anyway?
What is a Purdue? Exactly. People are asking.
What the hell's a Purdue?
Sorry, Purdue. You're out of the Big Ten, and Indiana is now the flavor of the state inside of the league.
Wow.
So, Nick, who are your teams? Nebraska?
Nebraska, I agree with Rutgers.
Okay.
think Penn State.
What the hell? That is the strangest list of all time.
Because I always forget that they're in the even now I had to Google to confirm they were in the Big Ten. I just forget about them. They might as well not be there.
They've been in the Big Ten since 1993.
They're just so forgetful to me. I don't care about Penn State. I just don't.
Nick, they might win the Natty this year.
Okay, cool.
All right. Hard to argue
They can
with
do
that.
it in the Pac-12.
I do hate watching games that are played
in the Pac-12.
Stop it. Stop it,
They
Nick.
need schools, Josh.
They do need schools.
Where else are they going to go?
Kalen writes, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, then we can win everything. Kalen, you'd still be in like 12th place, though.
Yeah, forget it. That ain't,
That's not
that
going
ain't
to fix
happening.
The problem is not those teams.
That's why I was trying to help Nebraska by kicking them out and putting them in a different conference.
Hey, here's a fun follow-up from Sam. Would free agent Nebraska get an SEC invite? What would happen if they got kicked out of the Big Ten? Who would be interested in Nebraska? The ACC?
The Pac-12.
The Pac-12, obviously.
You're welcome.
The Big 12, would the Big 12 say, all right, fine, welcome back?
I think the Big 12 is probably the more realistic answer.
Yeah, I think. But
They
then
would.
they have to kick teams out to lower their number to 15. Oh man, we should have carved. This could have been a whole segment because then we could figure out all of the teams that would get kicked out of leagues, and they could perform or they could join together to create a losers league.
Then we could rebuild the Pac-12,
and then we could remake the Pac-12,
or as we used to call it, the American Conference.
Oh my gosh!
I have another one, guys.
Okay,
all right.
We've all watched and enjoyed Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
this is another tweet one with pictures.
Okay.
Who are you choosing to fight for you in a trial by combat against the Mountain?
Oh, well, okay. First of all, don't pick Pedro Pascal. We know what happened there.
He already died.
His head exploded.
The problem is he beat him, but then he got cocky.
He was George Pickens.
So we should say what our options are.
Yes, yeah.
All
let's
right,
say the
we got Sir
Brienne
Brienne of Tarth. We got Grey Worm. We have the Mountain's brother, the Hound.
They
we have
actually
Jon
fought.
Snow.
Yep.
We have
Oberyn.
Oberyn, that's what his
Prince
name was.
Oberyn, who
Yeah.
fought him the first time, and then that's
The guy from Hot D.
Darian,
Yeah.
Darian.
Darnarius.
It starts with a D.
Yeah.
the Targaryen dude. Yeah,
Matt Smith.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, again, we already know what happened with Prince Oberyn. So sadly, I mean, John's right though. He beat him.
Yeah.
Just don't celebrate. Don't spike the ball at the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
The game was over.
But if you beat him and you still die to him, did you really beat him?
Yeah, but he didn't die. Remember, he lived. The Mountain lived.
No, I'm talking about.
Well, the Mountain lived, but only because Qyburn came along. The answer is Oberyn because he beat him before.
Yeah, he did.
I think Grey Worm.
Why? The guy
He's
has
a
no
menace.
balls, Nick.
Right, and
He's got no balls, and he's all pouty because his lady got her head chopped off.
but I mean, before that happened, he was a menace.
Was he?
Yeah,
He's so tiny.
that entire army, those guys are scary.
But it's 1-on-1, Nick. It's not the army.
I think he could do it.
What are they
one-on-one.
called? The Unsullied?
Yeah, the Unsullied.
Here's a take.
Unsullied.
Overrated.
You think the Unsullied are overrated?
Overrated.
Wow.
Yeah, overrated.
I think that's a bad take.
I think it's a normal take.
I'm gonna go with Grey Worm.
What happened with the Hound and him when they fought? It's been a long time.
They
since
killed each other. Remember
They fought.
yeah.
Did they fall? Is that what
Yeah,
happened?
they fell.
Yeah,
They
they were
fell,
fighting
yeah.
when the dragons and the tower.
I don't think it's John. I mean, I don't know, man. Brienne kicked
John
some ass
did
out
come
there.
back from the dead.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. What is dead may never die.
Yeah.
They said that on that show.
I mean, Brienne would put up a good fight, but I don't think she'd win.
I think Oberyn's the answer because he did win until he almost won, Nick. He was up with 1 point with a second to go.
He still died to him,
but
though.
he could have beaten him if he didn't.
But that's who he is. That's his nature.
Wow. He was close, Nick.
He was close.
He was close. If it wouldn't have turned it over at the end of the game, they would have won. Yeah. Wow.
One more on the generations.
Awesome.
From Comp
What's the
Eliminator
worst?
Matt.
Gen Z. Sorry, never mind.
From
Move
Comp Eliminator Matt.
Hello, Matt.
Is it 1-on-1 or 1v1? He says 1v1 is stupid Gen Z garbage. The only right answer is 1-on-1. Is this true, Nick? Is your generation, when they talk about 1-on-1,
1 versus 1, Nick?
Is it 1v1 when you write it out?
I mean,
Or when
we
you
don't
say it?
we don't write it out. We always say it, but the context it always has been with me has been like Call of Duty lobbies, like 1v1 me, bro. Like 1v1 Rust snipers only.
The commenter was right that this is Gen Z garbage.
I guess I didn't realize it was Gen Z garbage. I thought it was just gamer speak.
What is going on with your generation?
1v1.
Yeah, but what does Generation ZA think versus Generation Z?
Great point, John.
I mean, I don't know.
Excellent
I can't
question.
speak for ZB because I know ZA. I grew up in Call of Duty lobbies. 1v1.
Yeah, I'm a one-on-one. One-on-one.
1v1. 1v1.
One-on-one. That's what it is. It's one-on-one. It's easier to say.
Yeah, 1v1 is stupid. Wow,
Yeah.
Ziggy says 1 versus 1 is literally the correct vernacular. And then he says one-on-one is top-tier brain rot. Hey! You're the one with brain rot, Ziggy.
There ain't no song called 1v1. Hall & Oates did one-on-one. So, no, one-on-one
one-on-one
is the
feels-
correct answer.
One-on-one feels more intimate to me. Like in a basketball context.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about it.
Like, let's go one-on-one,
Well, that's
brother.
what the song was about.
Brother.
But then if you're in a digital context, maybe that could be a 1v1.
Digital context?
Yeah.
A digital context.
Nick, are you like one of those Gen Zers that's friend with an AI?
No.
Do you do that? You chat with ChatGPT about how you love them?
No.
Dude, people need to go outside.
I'm not like her.
Yeah, people do that. They're falling in love with
what?
John, it is.
What?
We should pick her for movie club.
I hated that movie.
I didn't like it much either.
Then why would you want to rewatch
because
it?
unfortunately, I think it's a sign of the times.
It
now.
most definitely is.
I think they might have called it.
I listened to the Daily earlier this year, and they talked to a woman who is in a relation. Well, she's married, but also in a side relationship with not a robot, with AI.
The AI's her side piece.
I just was shaking my head.
That sounds like a bad airport novel.
Like, what is wrong with society? And then I was like, oh, wait, I'm listening to What's Wrong with Society. This.
Society.
Man.
See, Gen ZB would love that.
Ugh.
I hate that.
Nah, I think she was elder Gen Z. I think she was like 28.
Ugh.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Nick. One of us.
No.
That's what you were chanting.
No.
One of us.
No.
Oh, wow,
Andy, for whom I disagree on a lot of things, but I do
yeah.
agree on this. Did Michael Jordan and Larry Bird play 1v1 for a Big Mac? No, sir, they did not. That was one-on-one.
Shout
Good
out.
response, Andrew.
Uh-huh.
That is so true.
Sad Husker fan says, I'm just an old Josh. If it makes me an old for not dating AI, then call me 100. Because that's what I am. I will never date a
How in the hell do you date words off a computer?
John, you just text all the time. You just send text and say, I love you. And the AI's like, I don't have feelings, but I guess I love you too.
It tells you whatever you programmed it to tell you to make you feel like a special boy
gosh.
or girl.
That's like the most depressing late stage crap I've ever heard.
Pretty sad.
Yeah, it really is. Sam, quoting Nick, I grew up playing outside. Also, Nick, I grew up in Call of Duty lobbies.
You can do
Where
both.
did you grow up, Mr. Gen Z?
Yeah, where were you?
We had a healthy balance of both. We could play
Interesting.
outside. We do airsoft wars and like, all right, now let's go play some multiplayer. We could do. There was balance. It was nice.
In the Force?
Yes. Binds us.
Nice.
Friends, that's how Dumb Debates works.
Indeed, it does.
Indeed,
You
it
can
does.
contribute each and every week. Make sure you send those Dumb Debates in, and we will archive them, and we'll be back here 1 week from now for another exciting edition of Dumb Debates. Speaking of exciting, we've got an exciting giveaway, a chance for you to head to Las Vegas to see a concert at one of the great new modern, definitely not built by Gen Z A or B.
Is it the ball, John?
It's the Sphere,
Josh.
It's the Sphere in Las Vegas. You can see country superstar Kenny Chesney. It's Saturday, June 14th. If you win, you get a pair of tickets to the show, paid airfare to Vegas, and a stay in the Luxor. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. Must be 21 to enter. And congratulations to listener Ryan, friend of the Grum, who did that earlier this week. He is one of our finalists for the grand prize drawing. So again,
Nice.
enter online today, 1620thezone.com. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Fred Hoiberg's roster reconstruction is complete.
Yeah,
$1 trillion roster?
Yeah, yes, Nick. He added some really tall guy.
Yes, a 7-footer from Iceland, Frederick Leo Curtis, has committed. He is a 19-year-old, played here in the States.
Gen Z, Nick.
If you're born
at the
and
Cats Academy in Massachusetts.
Okay, if you're born and lived in Iceland, why would you want to come here?
Nick.
It's a little more scenic in Iceland than it is in Nebraska.
They don't have college basketball at Nebraska and Iceland.
That's
can't go to the Final Four in Iceland.
True, I
can't
guess.
Maybe win a tournament game in Iceland.
I mean, you can't go to the Final Four if you go to Nebraska.
Yeah, I know. Iceland doesn't have the crown, I suppose.
They don't have the crown, Nick, in the Central Time Zone.
That's true.
Yeah, but maybe he doesn't like their time zone. He likes the Central Time Zone. But yes, John, I did see that news. Seems like, well, I saw the tweet. Was it Robin who's going to join us tomorrow? Who said best Husker center since blank? And the first person that I thought of, and maybe we still have this drop in the system somewhere, was Kevin saying Alex March is God. It would be Aleks is how Alex was spelled. But yeah, could he be the best center, John, since Alex March? Remember that guy?
Well, he's a little more versatile than Alex because he is someone who can shoot from 3.
Yeah.
So he can stretch the floor, and played for Iceland in the under-20 European Championships. Said playing in the United States. He had originally committed to Arizona State and then decommitted, and now is a Husker, according to, well, him and everybody else. So there you go.
What a get.
Leo Curtis.
What a potential get for Nebraska.
We'll call him Icelandic Alex Marich.
All right, I like it.
Icelandic Alex Marich.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of basketball and number of conference games played.
Yeah.
We're talking about the SEC. The ACC in college basketball is coming down from a 20-game schedule to an 18-game schedule.
Interesting.
This to free up the likes of Duke, Carolina, Louisville, etc., to add at least one more notable high-profile game to their dockets in November, December. This will go into effect this year.
Is this or is this in response to having such a poor season?
Bingo. They only got 4 teams to the men's NCAA tournament.
But isn't that less because they didn't have the opportunities in the non-con and more because they sucked?
Well, I mean, certainly not being good was a problem. But if you can free up your bigger, higher profile programs to play more non-conference games, you theoretically could improve your overall conference status. But yes, the correct answer is the ACC was down this year, and it had nothing to do with the fact that they played 20 league games. So ACC is going to be at 18.
And they have 16 teams, right?
No, they have 18 teams.
They have 18. Oh my gosh.
For basketball, because they have Notre Dame.
That's right. Wait, they have 17 teams without Notre Dame in football? Wow, I totally forgot about that. Wow,
ACC,
that's a weird number.
Big 12 and SEC are now at 18 regular season conference games. Big 10 and Big East are at 20.
So they're at 19 teams in the conference. So they're just going to play. I guess they're not going to do a full round robin because there's no way that Duke and North Carolina are only going to play each other once. So are they going to do like double round robins with everybody? And so you will not play everybody in your conference anymore in basketball.
I don't think that was the case though this year, was it?
Oh, really?
Were they doing it? I don't know. I honestly, I don't know what the breakdown was. They might. Right. I mean, they might have.
Man, that's strange. Like, I get it in football that you can't play every conference game or every conference team because the football schedule's not long enough. But basketball, in theory, should allow you to do so. And to not have that happen because your conference is so unwieldy and you are now only playing 18 conference games is pretty wild. But I mean, it did take a big step back, but I don't think that this is going to be the things, that fixes the ACC. They just got to be better at basketball.
Also, there was this. Remember, there's a thing in college sports called college, and you have to go to class and you have to get good grades or else your team could be punished.
Yeah.
Remember, that's how Nebraska famously got in the Foster Farms Bowl. There were not enough qualified teams. Thus, Nebraska, even as a 5-win team, got to play in a bowl game because they had a good academic progress rate, the APR.
Sure.
They were one of the smart teams. Well, there's another side to that. The knife cuts both ways. Akron has been put on bowl game probation because their APR in football dropped to 914.
What does that mean, John?
Well, they faced a reduction in practice last season as part of a level 1 penalty when their APR fell to 925, which is below the 930 threshold. However, this last academic year, well, the 23-24 academic year, the number dropped again to 914, which means the program is not postseason eligible. So congratulations, Akron, for reminding us that you still have to go to class.
So a couple things on this. The first was, I can't remember the last time that a team got banned from the postseason because of grades. I'm sure it's happened more recently than I can remember, but I cannot remember.
Well, I can tell you the answer.
Okay.
They're one of 3 programs ruled postseason ineligible. 2 others, Mississippi Valley State, Arkansas, and Arkansas Pine Bluff, are not eligible for the FCS postseason due to their multi-year APR.
I guess I was thinking more FBS. When's the last time? Do you have the answer on that, on when the last time that's happened? Andy writes, you could say Akron's APR is zip.
Nice.
This would be where we would play the CSI music.
Oh.
Yeah.
Akron is now set to be the first program to miss the postseason for academic reasons since Idaho from 2014 to 2017, but Idaho is another FCS school.
So, wow.
Other programs to fall under 930, such as LSU and New Mexico State in 2023, received a COVID waiver. They did provide a COVID waiver for APR penalties. So that's how LSU got in under the bar.
All right. So the other thing that I was going to say, though, John, is with the number of players that transfer these days, I am kind of surprised that this doesn't happen more often.
I am too.
Because once you lose a player, that hurts you academically. Now, obviously it doesn't hurt you as much as I guess I would figure it would, given the number of transfers and how few schools get banned from the postseason. And Tony points out that Idaho was FBS at the time. Yeah, remember Nebraska?
They were, okay.
Nebraska played them, and that might have been the biggest margin of victory.
That was Idaho State. That was Idaho State.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
I thought they played the Vandals. That was like the biggest Bo Pelini win that he ever had in his career.
I think that was Idaho State.
Yeah, because maybe they did play the FCS version, right? They played Idaho State at the time was an FCS school.
Yeah.
Not great. Not great.
I mean, honestly, if you're Akron, you could probably sue the NCAA. Everybody else does.
I was going to say, you might as well try. Jimmy says there's so much to do in Akron. Of course you'd skip class. Yeah, it's like, dude, why would you want to go to school when you could hang out in Akron? It's an excellent point.
Hey, they make tires there.
Jordan says that Nebraska played both. They played both Idaho and Idaho State.
I don't remember the Idaho game.
I thought that was in 20. I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember the Idaho game.
I think I helped out. I think I worked for the. Okay, they played Idaho State in 2012. They won 73-7. Wow. I was a spotter for that game for BTN. Just an absolute massacre.
Your pervert binoculars.
Hell
Nebraska played Idaho in 2010.
Oh,
and won 38-17.
Yeah, they had a couple of pick sixes. Taylor Martinez didn't look very good. The offense turned the ball over, if I remember right, in that game a few times. Yeah. Oh, man. On September 11th, 2010.
Oh. Chance.
I have not forgotten that football game.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Idaho State Big Red Overreaction was the last full-time on-air appearance of Jason Peter.
That's right.
Jason Peter.
When we were doing the show from that
Jason
random,
Pete.
We were doing that the Big Red Overreaction from that
Tiny Baby Studio.
The house. We did it from because Neil's daughter was. It was a house down by the state capitol.
What?
That was used for like functions.
What does Neil's daughter have to do with
and
this
what
job?
Kind
Because her job was
you put your key in a bowl.
Her job was to help organize the functions at this house. I'm trying to remember the logistics, but the house was right across the street from the Capitol because we needed a place that was close to the stadium.
Wow, what a different time.
Because that was the first year of Big Red Overreaction.
It was. Indeed it was.
And now when we do Big Red Overreaction, we can do it from the bottoms.
And now we can do it from the bottoms and look like
or
we're
we can
driving
just
truck.
do it from home.
Or we can do it from home.
Or
John's
in the
going to
case
use
of Josh,
this injury
he's going to do them all from home.
Or maybe none of them, John.
Oh, you're going to come in studio for all the Big Red Overreactions.
No,
How
I would
nice
never
of you.
do such a thing. I
How
would never
nice
do such a thing.
No, Jordan, it was not the governor's mansion. It was a different. I'm trying to remember
It was just
what
some house. Nick
what it
texts
was
Neil.
called.
Hey, Neil, what house did your daughter live in?
No, she didn't live there.
What house does your daughter have control
The
over?
house was not a residential house. It was used for like.
Is it still a house then?
Full question.
If you're not living
Well,
in
it was
is
built
a house?
originally as a house. Yes.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Nick, Sam tweets in, or he tweeted in before last break. Nick with his Ford F850 that has the range of 80 miles does have some boomer traits. Nick, the Gen Z and boomers, it's a horseshoe.
Is it?
Yeah, you feel like you're separate, but then you just kind of come back with your opinions and takes. A lot of handshake memes.
It's a Nissan, actually.
Nice. Look at you. That's so. I don't believe this that it gets 2 miles per gallon.
No, I did actually fill it up the other day,
and
I got like 250,
Yeah, see, that's way better than what did you say it was? 100?
like 175.
Yeah, that's
I forgot it because I'm rarely able to fill it up.
yeah. But you have so much money.
Mm.
You just bought an engagement
I'm
ring.
paying it off.
And you have shirts.
I was gifted this.
He's paying off shirts.
Yeah, he is paying off shirts.
Coming up next, it's content time. We'll finally get Josh's opinion on the big trade today in the NFL.
Oh.
And authentic Italian pizza coming to a city near you.
Oh, interesting.
Coming up next, it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for WhatMakesUs.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners. We are in the month of May, and May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and you can go to that URL today, WhatMakesUs.com. You can also go to 1620thezone.com, and you can share a story online for how you focus on your well-being as well as practicing self-care. A variety of reasons. Over the last few days, I've talked a lot about the ways that I do so. Therapy, so important for me, but many other ways that you can try to help out your mental health and get better on a daily basis. Too often, people think that mental health struggles, whatever it is, are caused by personal failings, personal weaknesses. Not the case. Mental health conditions are common for all of us. Exercise, yoga, therapy, medication, all ways that you can use to help treat your mental health conditions. I go to therapy once a month, and certainly I try to get out and run darn near every single day. Mental health matters to all of us. Again, go to the website, whatmakesus.com, to join in on the conversation today. It is whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Don't forget, $5,000 could be yours in the Mo Money sweepstakes. Make sure that you register to win today. Brought to you by 1620 The Zone and Saul's Jewelry and Loan. It's at 1620thezone.com.
Oh, you're waiting on me.
We are, Nick.
Go for it.
With last night's Pacers win over the Cavs, there now have been 4 20-point comebacks so far this postseason, the most in a single season postseason.
Wow.
And it's only the second round. Wow. Hoops.
Hoops. Man, imagine being critical of these playoffs.
You know what's even worse? Imagine missing one of those comebacks last night because you just decided to turn it off because you were doing something else.
I was watching Andor, John.
Something that wasn't live and you could have watched later after the basketball game. But Josh, just to show you that I am not, as I point my plastic spoon at you, I am not biased.
Okay.
Just as we gave you the NBA first-round playoff blowout tracker, we present to you
the second round?
The second round comeback tracker. Check out these numbers.
What a pivot.
Denver, Oklahoma City, game 1.
Nice.
Biggest deficit fourth quarter, 14 points. The lowest fourth quarter win percentage in that game was at 2%. Wow. With 6 minutes and 39 seconds left to play. And yet, Denver came back and won. Indiana, Cleveland, game 2. Last night, they were down 14, early fourth quarter. Lowest win percentage for the Pacers, 3% with 11:37 to go. Now it got a little bit better, but with 66 seconds left, it was still only a 4.5% chance to win. Pacers defied the odds. Knicks and Boston. Now, the 20-point deficit was in the third quarter.
Bing bong!
By the time we got to the fourth quarter,
Celtics boy.
It was a lot closer. But in the fourth quarter, with 11 minutes to go, the Knicks only had a 9.1% chance of winning, yet they won too. Only Golden State and Minnesota have not had a second-round comeback yet. So we'll see if this trend continues. But there you go, the second-round NBA playoff comeback tracker.
I love it. It's been pretty wild. Let's see what happens tonight in the game 2s for Oklahoma City and Boston. I mean, I think Boston is going to win. Man, if the Thunder fall behind as well, though, with both of those games, I mean, both teams fell behind with both games at home. It would just be an absolute stunner to me for what I expected coming into this round.
Josh.
Nick.
It's 5:39 p.m. on Wednesday, May 7th, 2025.
It is.
Have you talked yourself into George Pickens to the Cowboys yet? Is Dallas going to the Super Bowl?
No, you see it on my super there. Look, I'll blow it up. Haven't talked myself into it yet. So, no, I have not talked myself into this happening. I think he's a good player. He is an annoying player. I can't believe that I was being... can't believe I was being criticized by... Chuck, don't pretend... I wish I could throw this pencil at your head. Don't pretend...
Wow, you're going to throw a pencil at a crippled man?
I am. But I can't believe that Schaefer and John were being as critical of me for not liking him. He's an annoying player. But I hope
so too is CeeDee Lamb.
Not as annoying as Pickens.
Really?
CD goes like this, John.
Yeah, and now it's a freaking penalty.
That's so
finally
weak.
those gang symbols he's been throwing out there are finally going to be thrown out.
Gang, it's a normal symbol. He's just smelling the roses, John.
Is that how you smell roses?
He is.
You stick your finger in the rose?
Yeah, Nick. Mm-hmm. You remember that? You remember the first time you smelled a rose?
I mean, come on. This isn't the first. I mean, the Cowboys have had many, many, many other more objectionable people on its team over the years.
Well, second time. Greg Hardy was the first, and this is the second time. Everybody else, choir boys, even the ones that did cocaine.
And their tweets?
It's okay.
And their tweets. Oh, yes. Problematic Micah.
No, he's...
By the way, speaking of Micah, this was an interesting point by Schefter. Pickens' agent is David Mugoleta, whose name Cowboys owner Jared Jones says he did not know while talking about a deal for Micah Parsons, who happens to also be another Mulugheta client. I hope I said his name right. Mulugheta.
I think it's Mulugheta. You're
Mulugheta.
Close. Yeah.
So now maybe Jerry Jones will know David's name. Say my name.
Say my name. Just
and pay my
him.
players.
Pay him.
Tight ass.
Well, speaking of George Pickens.
Oh.
He was formerly of the Steelers. Yesterday, Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports penned a column titled, "Like the Jets before them, the Steelers are making win-now moves to secure Aaron Rodgers." Is he right? And was this one of those moves?
I didn't necessarily see it as one of those moves. I mean, the picks that they got were for next year. And, of course, the draft is already done this year. Now, is it to clear up some space to go out and sign more of Aaron's buddies or people that they think would work better with Aaron? I guess it could be, but this is also the team that needs a quarterback. So I don't know if you can say you're making win-now moves when you don't really feel good about your quarterback situation.
Don't understand how this one fits in, though. I was listening to some chit chat about the trade earlier today, and there were some theories out there that Pickens demanded the trade because they still didn't have their quarterback. Charles Robinson laid out a pretty interesting case, though, for why it's going to be Aaron Rodgers, and I'm going to agree with him, but mainly from this standpoint, John. The Steelers, for all their issues, they have been a very serious organization. You know, it's not like Logan Roy in Succession where he says, "You are not serious people." The Steelers are serious. I can't imagine that they would actually do all of this offseason stuff and kind of have no quarterback and have no quarterback. I think they're going to have Aaron Rodgers. Do I think that's going to work? No. But I think they're going to have him on their roster, and he's going to be their starter in week 1.
See, I'm still convinced that Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play, so... I don't necessarily see this as a win now situation, because with Pittsburgh they're always kind of in a win now because they've always won.
Yeah.
Now they've never been able to get past just the mere fact that they have a winning record. But yeah, I don't think these moves are indicative of any kind of a major sea change in the Steelers' thought process.
In December, Raiders owner and hairstylist practice mannequin Mark Davis said Tom Brady would have a huge voice in the selection of a quarterback. Addressing the Shedeur Sanders freefall, Brady says, "I wasn't part of any evaluation process." Is this Brady's way of staying far, far, far away of the Shedeur controversy?
I mean, it certainly comes off from that perspective. Pretty funny if so. Yeah. This is always, John, whenever we talk about Brady and the Raiders and his involvement and what he's doing, it's always so strange to me because he's a minority owner, but every time Mark Davis opens his mouth about him, you would think he's like a shadow GM.
Correct.
He's obviously one of the I'd make the argument he's the most well-known GM in the NFL, if only because he's Tom Brady and he's also on television every week, which is also very, very strange. So yeah, I would say that is definitely the case. He's just trying to back away from this.
If you are to believe, and I will, that Tom Brady does have, for a minority share owner, a higher percentage of his words being listened to than other minority share owners, if you're to believe that, and I do, why wouldn't you have Tom Brady evaluating your quarterbacks? That's literally the position that he played better than anybody else. So I think this is Brady's way of just saying, you know what, I'm just going to say, no, I wasn't really a part of it. That wasn't my call. That was the front office's call. And he doesn't have to deal with any of the fallout or any of the heat from people who are suing because, you know, they suffered emotional distress because Shedeur fell to the 5th round.
The Royals beat the White Sox last night, but it's the how. The how.
What happened?
Just 1 for 4 all year in save opportunities. Popped up.
And hit his head. And Canna is going to be safe at second base.
The White Sox have played great defense all night.
He had a force play. Watch him see with his, oh man, off the glove and off the dome. He's saying, oh man, what happened?
What happened? The White Sox happened.
Mm-hmm.
That is embarrassing. Dude, that is a little league play.
Yeah, seriously, I've never seen that. Well, no, never. I have. Who was the baseball player, John?
It was Jose Canseco.
Yes,
hit off his head and went over the fence.
But, man, I don't know. That was embarrassing because it was a home run. There is something even, or was it a ground rule double? I guess it would have been a ground rule double. This, because it's in the infield, is more embarrassing because it looks more like Little League Baseball. And that then they lost because they load up the bases and then Bobby Witt Jr. Drives in the winning run. Look at the Royals, Nick. They're playing some good baseball right now.
Must be nice.
Probably you were the one who chose the Rockies. Nobody forced this on
They
you.
have 6 wins right now.
Oh my gosh, what are you doing with your life?
Playing a lot of Oblivion.
Apparently. Or is that what's happening to them on the scoreboard?
Yes. According to John Rothstein, Nebraska will meet Oklahoma in men's basketball in Sioux Falls at the Sanford Pentagon. The game will be on Saturday, November 15th, which famously is a Husker football idle week. Are you excited?
Absolutely not. There will be some college football games on that weekend, Nick. We should probably start counting down to them and breaking down which of the games are going to be best that weekend.
Pervert.
What, you're not going to count down to the great rematch, the Nebraska-Oklahoma rivalry? Very famous?
No. Let's see. Let's look at some of these Saturday games.
Oh,
Oklahoma at Alabama, Texas at Georgia. Though in all seriousness, this will probably be on a Sunday, right? Or did the tweet
this
say
is a Saturday. This
All right.
is Saturday, November 15th.
Back to some of these games. Florida, Ole Miss, UCLA, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Indiana, Minnesota, Oregon.
Oh, boy. Wisconsin, Indiana.
Iowa,
You can't-
USC.
You're not allowed to promote Wisconsin, Indiana, mister. I think Wisconsin's in their Bill Callahan phase.
Excellent point, John. I will stop promoting any of them. Kansas State, Oklahoma State, TCU, BYU. Wow, doesn't that just make you pumped? Football.
It's May 7th.
Oh, would you stop it?
Due to the success of the NHL's Four Nations Face-Off, the league is prepared to cancel its All-Star Weekend and replace it with another international event. Is this the right move?
Listen, I enjoyed the Four Nations Face-Off as most other casuals enjoyed the Four Nations Face-Off, which accomplished what it needed to do. But what makes these events special is that they don't happen every year, like the World Baseball Classic, for example. So I'm just afraid that the NHL, yes, they're striking while there's a very hot iron, but that iron is going to cool if you decide to try to run it back again and again and again and again every year. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I'll tell you, for the hardcore hockey fans, they're going to eat up whatever they give them. Great. But if they want to attract a bigger audience of people that aren't actively watching a lot of hockey, I don't know if this is the right thing. Maybe do it every other year or every 3 or every 4 years, but I don't know if every year. And the format may be different. Maybe the teams that they arrange will be a little bit different, but just be careful. I just caution NHL. You got to be careful here.
So I actually thought that this was supposed to be every year, so I'm a little confused by this. Is it the right move? I mean, look, they're obviously just trying to siphon off some of that type of stuff. All-star games and weekends don't matter anymore. No matter what you do, people just aren't going to care. The Four Nations Face-Off, though, they cared because it was obvious that the players cared, and that was the most important part.
Finally, in just a matter of days, Lincoln will be getting a slice of the future with authentic Italian pizza just a few clicks away and a 24/7 pizza vending machine. I guess it's not all bad in Crime Town, eh?
Wow, shout out Crime Town for getting vending machine pizza.
I would love vending machine pizza, honestly.
You know what? It's going to be better than Val's. Got him.
First of all, if you're craving 24/7 pizza,
you're an American.
Yeah, John.
Well, you're an American, but you're also probably a drunk American, and you're probably going to go for something quick. I mean, Pizza Shuttle had a great business going for a long time back when I was in college. So
I've only had Pizza Shuttle once. I was hammered. It was the best pizza of my life.
Pizza Shuttle.
It's a restaurant.
Yeah, it was a very cheap pizza. People will probably order it for the gimmick, but then after that, if the pizza's just another pizza, they're going to go back to eating whatever they ate before.
Yeah, Pizza Shuttle, Nick. I had it down in Manhattan, Kansas. It was great, but I was also trashed. I imagine this pizza is going to do very well with the Gen Z goobers out there.
Wait, Gen Z A or Gen Z B?
Oh, wait, are they going to actually have to go somewhere and order this pizza in a vending machine? Probably won't do it then. Never mind, the business is going to go belly up within a day. It's going to be like that airline Lincoln had for 5 seconds. What was that airline, John? Big Red Air or something?
Red Air or Red Airlines or whatever.
Red 5 standing by.
Every media person not named us was promoting it there for a while.
There were some that promoted it very hard.
Hey, let's go to Las Vegas for the weekend. You can just do that.
You can just do that.
Yeah. What's for dinner is next. 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I have literally started putting the finishing touches on what's for dinner.
Oh, what do you have?
in my own tiny little way. All I did was drain the potatoes and turn the oven off.
Oh, did you peel them too, John?
Sean can't peel a potato. Nicky has one hand. He's like Buster Bluth.
I tried to see if it was possible.
Right.
Monster.
I tried to see if it was possible. The answer was no.
Rip.
We are having a meatloaf made with ground chicken.
So it's
chicken loaf?
No, it's still meatloaf, I guess.
Oh, yeah, chicken is meat.
I've never thought about meatloaf as being anything other than beef, but I guess it is still meatloaf.
Chicken loaf?
I'm actually excited for this because, you know, occasionally when the wife makes meatballs, she makes it from ground chicken.
Again, still meat, I guess. Yeah.
Yes. It's meat. Chicken is meat.
Poll question.
Chicken is meat.
I've never.
I'll report back to you tomorrow.
Chicken is the loaf of meat.
I will report back tomorrow how good it was, but I'm actually looking forward to
This is genuinely really screwing with my head right now.
Yeah,
how is it screwing with your head? It's
just
meat.
seems weird. Just seems weird.
Because, like, I get meatloaf. It doesn't specify the meat that has to be in a loaf, but it's always been beef.
Sad Husker fan. Meatloaf.
Not
good.
always.
Chicken
Some people
loaf,
use veal. Some people mix in veal and pork, just like they do with meatballs.
Andy, how about meatloaf but drier? This is
Well,
fascinating.
I will report tomorrow on how it ended up.
Seems like something from one of those 70s cookbooks.
It does.
Speaking of chicken, I ended up going with the thighs and the baked potato last night. Tonight, I'm going to finish off the leftover steak burrito bowl situation, though I might throw it in a burrito.
Oh.
Might do a burrito.
So then it won't
with
be a
that.
burrito bowl.
Going to be a burrito. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Last night, went to Farmer Brown's. I ended up getting a prime rib.
How was it, Nick?
It was so good.
Happy
and
birthday.
so big.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
What are you having tonight?
I have no idea.
All right, there you go. That's what's for dinner.
Prime rib from Farmer Brown's. That's where I learned how to love prime rib when I
that
was a child.
My second time having prime rib, and the first time I had it at a place, I'm like, yeah, this is fine. And then I had it last night, and I understood. I got why people like prime rib.
Did you get the side of spaghetti?
No, I got spaghetti last time. I went with green beans this time.
Boo!
I would never order green beans at a restaurant. You can get that at home.
I mean, it was green beans or spaghetti, and I just didn't feel like spaghetti.
That's all they have? They don't have potatoes?
Well, they had potatoes.
No.
You got two sides. So I got the garlic mashed potatoes. And like, oh, and would you like green beans or spaghetti?
Okay. I would do green beans in that scenario.
It's a Farmer Brown's original.
Nice.
All right, Grum, tomorrow on a Thursday. Have a great rest of your Wednesday.
Bye.
So